you
Pringles.
go. Pringles are really
Pringles,
good.
I have to ask. We've seen them in tubes. Recently, people have seen them in bags. What do you think about that?
Fuck?
I
That's
don't.
less Pringle.
That is just unnatural.
People have seen them in bags inside of like vending machines and things.
I don't like that
That's
idea.
less Pringle. That's upsetting.
Like right now, I've got like Pringles in the cupboard out here.
Mhm.
They're in these little like individually packed little packages that are
Every
pool-shaped,
Pringle?
you know? No. They're like a bunch, like a obviously smaller than like the tin, but like they're for like lunches and shit.
Yeah,
And they're
okay.
really
they're
good.
the tiny tubes.
And they're really neat. Yeah.
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 That's a very easy way to put it. Tiny tubes, not the things that
I mean,
aren't
they're
the
not even
tins, but are also the
tube-shaped.
tins, but they're tiny.
But
They're
they're not
tube
tin.
shaped. They're like the little plastic ones.
Yes.
Ugh. How dare
don't
you?
like You don't like those?
How
Better
dare
than a
you? Have to
bag.
peel. You have to peel the top off, and they're in like this little white plastic
You gotta
thing.
peel the top of a
And there's,
tube
like,
too.
Yeah, but there's like 5 of them.
Fucking Pringle
I
format
like
tier
five.
list. Let's go.
There's like 5 inside those.
There's like 15.
There's a
in
little
them.
more than that.
There's like 15.
There's like 6.
There's like 15.
There's like 6.5.
I know because I've eaten them.
There's
Six
like
It's like 6 and a quarter.
there's
'cause
like
it's always fucked up on the
there's
bottom.
like 6.5 and some crumbs.
Did you know what
What is your favorite Pringles? Like flavor.
Sour cream and onion, bitch.
Sour cream and
It is
onions
pretty
pretty good. Also my favorite,
New guy.
though I don't mind getting like the cheddar one or the pizza flavored
There's
ones.
a
Those are
fucking
pretty
pizza
good.
flavored one?
Yes, there's a
What
pizza
the fuck kind
flavored
of
one.
special impers are you guys getting in the land of the free?
We
Dude,
live in
that's-
America.
That's honestly the first one I probably ever had was the
Yeah.
pizza flavor one.
Same.
I've only ever seen red and green.
I'll have to,
Yes.
we'll have to send you some pizza Pringles.
We'll have to send you a care package of
Yeah.
all the good shit.
They're
And
then
then
going to
kidnap
be
you.
seized by the economy and I'll never see them.
We can't allow people to know there are pizza Pringles.
Summoner, we must go break their economy with my antlers. Let's go.
Start cutting off your fucking antlers and selling them in fucking Dominican Republic.
To
Yeah.
finally crash the market, boys. Let's go.
Hey.
I can't believe it took this long.
So in the end, we can say the tin is good.
Yeah.
Like the big long tube tin, like tin tube, is good. The tiny tubes, okay. The snack pack plastic things are terrible in every way. And bags,
Our
Or
heretic.
sacrilege. Heresy.
Okay, as long as we agree that the bags are the worst.
well, like I don't know, like are there more in the bag than there is in the in the little plastic
There
shit?
can't be.
Like the tiny plastic shit has like 5 in it.
I mean, the little plastic ones, I guess. It depends on how they're packaged, I
It
guess.
has
but,
like 5
bag?
chips in it.
but it's a bag in there.
I feel like today's
No,
the
it
day we
wouldn't
learned
work.
Nico doesn't know how to count.
Like,
There's
here-
like
here's the
3 in
thing.
there. There's like 3 fucking Pringles.
There's
in the
like
thing.
like-
2.
But like, if it's in a bag, then
It's like an
because of their
individually
shape.
wrapped Pringle.
they'll just be broken by the time you get the bag. They'll
That's
be
true.
broken. And like they take up more room because they
And you
aren't. they
can't
aren't
like
stacked
and you
on
can't
top
like
of each
use the
other.
bag for like arts and crafts stuff.
Yeah, the bag sucks.
I remember getting one of the tins whenever I was a kid, and I pretended like the entire time it was a Mega Man arm cannon.
Yeah,
Like just
No,
shove
the
my
hand's
hand,
too big,
shove
you
my
can't do
fucking
shit.
arm
I
in there to the
miss-
fucking elbow.
I miss when I could do that.
Man, that's stupid and terribly dumb, and I'm glad I never did that at all. Totally.
And one bigger.
Whenever I was a kid, I actually tried to break them by flexing.
Excuse me?
I would shove my hand in there, basically almost shoulder fucking deep, just where like the Pringle like tin around thing, like the tube was like around my my elbow, right? And then I'd try to flex and like make my arm, like I was basically trying to make my elbow like break it, you know?
I mean, yeah, but also like, how?
Well, like, cause you know, if you're okay, so if the tube is halfway up your arm, like covering your elbow, right?
Okay, it's up there. All right.
And
go
then
on,
like
happens next.
you like flex and like you make your you know, just like you put your arm to the other, you know, and then your elbow would like bend it.
Okay, so at what point are the instructions unclear and your dick gets stuck?
Well, I didn't put my dick in it because like I was a tiny me, and my dick wasn't big enough at the time. And now my dick is too big.
No, it's too big for a tiny Pringles can.
What
I
this
can't
really
do
means,
shit with it anymore.
what this
It's
really
useless.
means, is we're gonna buy 10,000 rupees worth of Pringles today in Zelda.
What are they called? What's the fake name we're giving them?
Prongles.
No.
Pringles.
We all know the name.
Triangle.
They're Tingles.
Tingles.
Tingle.
Tingles Pringles. There you go.
No,
Perfect.
it's branding. You can't have that. It needs to be Tingles. That's it.
Perfect.
Yes, they're
So
Tingles.
first off, before we go too deep into everything else, Zero, Cyan, and Riftarian, all three did their resubscribing today. Ooh.
Oh.
And Riftarian is close to getting a new different colored orb as his orb thingy.
Oh shit!
Super close
Don't
to having a
forget to
new
sub.
different colored orb.
You can sub for free with your Amazon Prime.
Also, 6 seconds away from a hype train disappearing. Anyway, and BWT gave 35 bits. Says cheer. Thank you for the bits, my dude. Much appreciated. My guys, we're here playing Zelda. Have you heard of it? Have you heard of Zelda? Have you Zelda'd before?
I have not. Please explain it to us in full detail.
Bop, 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 bop. Link! He come to town! He come to save the Princess Zelda! Ganon took her away, and now the children no play, but they will when Link saved the day. Hallelujah!
Oh, thank you. I remember that now.
See, now it all clicks.
Now,
Yeah.
Link, fill up your hearts so you can shoot your sword with power. And when you're feeling all down, the fairy will come around, and so you'll be brave and not a sissy coward. Now, Link, yay! He saved the day! Put Ganon in his grave! Now the children are free, and our hero will be Link. Your name shall go down into history! I was told as a kid that song didn't exist by a guy who called himself a System of the Down fan. I was in the JROTC building, and a dude who's like 3 years older than me was. He's like, what? He's like, what's your favorite music? And I said, my favorite music. I like System of the Down. I like stuff like that. And he's like, oh, really? I love System of the Down. What's your favorite song from there? I'm like, dude, I really love the Zelda song. And he's like, there's no fucking Zelda song in System of the Down. And like, I had to fucking the next day like come in and show him the fucking Zelda song and be like, bitch.
No, that's what you're as fan as I am.
Bitch. I didn't say bitch though because he was the battalion commander. And I had just now became the S2, the security officer. So I wasn't about to lose my rank by calling our battalion commander a little bitch.
A little bitch for not knowing the Zelda
You're
song.
thinking it though.
I was thinking it though. This
Bitch,
dude
kiss baby
fucking,
boy.
I remember it to this day. This dude freaking looked at me and called me a liar to my face. Called me a fucking liar to my face. So I came back the next day and said, hey, I heard you like System of the Down, but didn't know about the fucking Zelda song. Bitch boy.
Bitchy boy.
Bitch boy.
So you stepped around the corner and said, I found you, faker.
But yeah,
I'm
I don't
confused.
know. I don't know what's up with that guy. I think he was just like super awkward and like he just, I don't know. Either that or he hated me. I don't know, man. But he just immediately came like, hey, what kind of music you like? This music. Oh, what's your favorite song? This song. There's no, that song doesn't exist. fuck off. I'm like, it does exist. And then I told him the entire song. He's like, that's not a thing. And then he fucking left. And the next day I'm like, hey, come here. Something of the utmost security needs to be established. I'm kidding. No. By the way, the S2 is literally just I took care of the rifles, which were not real rifles. They were decorative, used for the drill team to practice, and the color guard to practice. They had their rifles and they had their flags and stuff as well. So like that's what I was in charge of. And for 3 years of my life in high school, didn't really have. I had that free period, basically, where I could just look on Newgrounds the entire time.
I wish my school let me have a free period, but they were like, no.
Well, basically, with JROTC, this is probably the information here is probably too late for all of you, for everybody, like, in the chat and everybody here. But every year of JROTC counts as a credit. So, once you get high enough in JROTC, they just don't have anything for you to really do. So you just stay in JROTC and that's it. I was lucky because after, like, at the end of my first semester being in JROTC, they're like, hey, do you want to be the S2? Because a bunch of our security officers are fucking leaving. And I said, you want to make me from private first class to second lieutenant? Yeah, I'll do that. I'll do that. Yeah. So that's what I did. And I basically had a free period for like the entire rest of my school years. The only time it was better was the next year, where basically I had JROTC second period, and I had driver's ed first period, right? And when I had driver's ed, I was doing great, and then they told me I couldn't take driver's ed anymore because I was blind. So I had every day for one of my semesters until lunch basically free, that I would just stay in the JROTC building.
Listen, champ, we know you're really excited about learning how to drive.
But we got like a small little.
Well, like they
problem
didn't
we
even
had to
know
talk
until I was driving. Like, I was like a couple weeks into the driver's ed, they're just like, "Hey," and I'm like, "Hey," and they're like, "Why do you keep looking at the rear view so much?" Because I would always like look, well, not the rear view, the side, you know what I mean. And I was just like, "Oh, well, I have to turn my head." Like, there's like you turn your head a lot. It's like, "Oh, I have to see the mirror," and they're like, "Oh, why do you gotta do that?" It's like, "Well, I can't see out of my left eye." And they're like, "Oh, we're driving right now," and there are 3 students in the back.
But you were driving pretty fine, weren't you?
I was doing good. I was the best driver out of the 4 of us.
See, that's ableism right there.
Well, like whenever I was a kid, my mom and my stepdad like had me like drive and stuff. So like before driver's ed, I had driving experience.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, like
But yeah.
You could still fucking do that. That's
So
fucking
yeah,
bullshit.
for like an entire like semester, like an entire like part of my school year, like an entire like half of my school year as a sophomore, I just didn't have any classes until lunch, basically. I had first period, which is driver's ed, and they told me never to come back, so I went to the JROTC building, and they're like, "Yeah, you can stay here." I had JROTC. The next thing after that was JROTC, so I just stay in the JROTC building, and then lunch, and then the other 2 classes I had. So you know, it was pretty fun. That was my favorite time, because that was also the time I joined drill team, and the next semester, not that semester, but the next semester, was my junior high school. Like the last semester of my junior year, I was doing drill stuff, and I came in 3rd out of an entire drill meet, which was like 6 different counties of schools together. And I came in 3rd out of like hundreds of kids doing drill stuff, and I still have the trophy. Well, technically my sister has my trophy, but I have the trophy. And that was super cool. And all 3 of us were from my school. All 3 of the people who got in top 3 were from my school, and it was great. And
That's flexing.
That was the last year that Sergeant Major Harley was in the program, which was the guy who made me an S2, is also like my favorite teacher of all time. It was the last time he was like teaching there, so like it was really cool for him.
Yeah.
Also, we failed the actual drill team thing super hard, so I think all of us felt like we had to give him that win.
Oh.
Like, we got like, I think 4th out of 6 counties or something like that. Like, not out of the whole county, because there was like more than just like 6 schools. So like, I don't know how many schools were there. We came in like 4th, which was bad because like there wasn't a lot of rifle bearing drill teams there. So like we came in 4th out of like 6 or 7 like teams competing. So it was bad.
Are we streaming?
Yeah, we've been streaming for a while.
Wow.
15
There was a time where I was unsure.
I was
What?
never sure. How do you miss the fuck? Never mind.
What? Guys, don't you know we always start every stream with a bit of just chatting?
Yeah.
Yeah. Obviously.
That's not a thing at all. The fuck are you talking about?
It's been this way for like at least 2 or 3 weeks, guys. You got to get with the program. You got to this is the new wave of DARP. This is how DARP goes on from now on. And
Where
by
we
DARP,
have
I
like
mean
a
all of
fucking
our things.
hour-long podcast, and then the fucking game starts.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It's like Blue South, the other one who can't count. It's only been nearly 20 minutes, not a whole hour.
It's fine.
Felt like an hour.
I think it's fine. It was time for it was we had enough things to talk about, and I think that everybody enjoyed our little powwow we had, and we all understand each other a bit more, right?
No.
Yeah.
I understand nothing.
I understand less now than I did before we started.
I guess I'm the only one that learned.
I like how the chair with the knife is still in the.
It's still there.
It's
Are you
there.
still
Memorial
using that
lasts
chair?
forever.
It's my favorite. Let's make our way over to the other side. Luckily, Big Chad isn't here. No matter how many times people tell me he is, I know he's not, guys. You don't have to lie. You don't have to lie to me. I know Big Chat's not here. Big Chat
But
hasn't
yeah,
been here. Big Chat hasn't been here for like 2 or 3 weeks, guys. Ever
Big
since
Chad died
ever since
3 weeks ago today.
Ever since we've been doing the real like the just chatting, like Big Chat's been dead. That's just how it happened. Like, I don't know why you guys keep saying that he's here. He's not. Look, I don't even see him. I don't see him right now. I'm looking at the screen right now. He's not there. What's
Hey, I
that mean?
wanted to know about the chair. Like, did you get a new one, or are you still using that chair?
Oh no, I've had a new one since the day after that I put this here.
Oh, I didn't even realize that.
He's here. We
Imposter
see him
chair
wherever
is
we
no
go. See,
welcome
you guys are just talking about like missing Big Chat at that point. Big Chat isn't here. Big Chat is just he. Maybe you guys miss him, and maybe one day I'll admit to missing him a little bit. But until then, we can all enjoy that he's not here.
Yeah.
With that being said, my dudes, welcome to some Legend of Zelda. We have a neat little change over here on Gorthos' side, as we see that that Gorthos' sheet has changed to another boyo, to a separate boyo on his sheet, and that's pretty cool. And if we do this, it'll change back. But if we do this, it'll change again. But if we do this, it'll change back. But if we do this,
Are you all ready to see for the first time a single item with over triple digits in forms? I'm sure excited.
it's pretty good. Look at your little things. By the way, I think we accidentally gave you too much AC.
What? What do you mean?
What? Shut up.
You're fucking mouth.
Shut your fucking mouth. Well, if we look over at Marco, for example, right?
Uh-huh.
Marco has three things of clothing, right?
Uh-huh.
And he has these 3 things of clothing, that gives him 3 AC, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then he has, the 3 AC he gets from his finesse and instinct, right?
Mm-hmm.
And that adds up to 14.
Mm-hmm.
You
Mm-hmm.
have nothing from finesse and instinct because you can't,
Uh-huh.
because the armor says no, and each of your pieces of armor give you +1.
Mm-hmm.
So you should be 14.
So
At least for
basically,
now.
I'm sure I can get improvements over time.
At first, I thought that the base was 10, and that's why I gave it to 16. But yeah, it should be 14. After game last time I looked into it, I'm like, yeah, we should probably fix that before.
Hey, guys.
What's that?
Yeah.
Just armor, just Gorthos.
Well, again, that's more just the fact that you can fucking cartwheel your way out of danger.
That is true.
You can
When do I get cartwheel ability so I can dodge out of AoEs better?
You
Oh,
actually,
shit, I'm getting shot.
I'm not gonna say what I was about to say. Never mind. I'm not saying shit. But yes, I have to bring you down, but don't worry. We'll see if you gain anything from your Donu hero memories later on.
whenever this all becomes usable.
You're still usable. It's fine. Yeah.
How much damage does a giant Dark Nut Elite Gauntlet do?
1.
Yeah, I'd not.
Because you're not trained to use fists. You're trained with swords and stuff. And
I need to
again,
learn.
like I said, unless you have a sword or a shield, you can't really use a lot of your knight abilities, unfortunately.
Can I use Disarm?
Bitch, I am trained in my fist, and I only do 1 damage with them.
No. Well, that's the thing, though. You also don't have humongously armored punches behind your fists. This is why I'm saying they aren't doing more damage.
Oh.
Who's to say, man? If you got some fucking super gauntlets, maybe you could punch better.
You need the silver gauntlets, that's all.
Get him some fucking iron knuckles or something.
But yeah, no, you could still technically, I would say, you stand down, but like probably not disarm. Because the whole thing with knights is that they are trained as fighters with weapons, and like you gain extra things from your weapons. So without your weapons, I'm gonna say you can't use disarm, but you can still use stand down because that's more about intimidating people and looking like a badass.
And you're a big as fuck, boy.
But you know, you'll just have to get a weapon. You can just go get a regular weapon. You don't have to get like a legendary weapon of awesomeness. You could use your Deku stick.
You can fucking chop
Is it a one-handed now?
No.
Fuck you.
I mean, you probably could, I guess. But yeah, you could even use your Deku stick right now, and who knows? Maybe you would gain another. One of the Deku sticks keywords from that. Who's to say, man?
The new Deku keyword: unbreakable.
Well, here's the thing: as a tiny, you probably couldn't have a certain keyword that the Deku stick had.
Are you telling me every fucking body might have different keywords for?
No,
similar
I'm saying that Kokiri are extremely small and they can't use some of the keywords.
Oh. Maybe I am combat ready. Unless I disintegrate someone and my weapon with a single swing.
But yeah, because you're not trained, I would usually just say it was kind of like with Polo and the battle pan. And I've been thinking about it all week whether or not to like either make it to where you do like damage sometimes or you just don't do damage with your fists. But I think as a back effect for you for not using weapons, I'll just say you can't use some of your knight abilities. And you can still just regularly punch people if you want.
Okay.
With all that being said, my dudes, I'm gonna roll a d6. And whoever it lands on is dead.
Well, shit.
Jake!
Ah, fucking Christ again.
Jake, you are either dead or you have to tell us what happened last game.
You know, I think I'll die.
Okay, Jake's dead. Let me roll. Well, Ronan.
Oh, jeez.
Are you dead or are you?
I like living.
Are you a man or are you a corpse?
I am a man fish.
Then
fish
Ronan,
man.
what happened last game?
I was gonna say, like, can I speak for Ronan for a sec and say that I feel like Ronan's done the recap the past like 3 games.
I did it last time. I know that.
No, you did last time.
I said I did it last
Okay.
time.
Okay. They said you didn't. And I was like, no, you
Well,
did last time.
That's why I've been rolling, man. I
Alright.
rolled once and Jake didn't want to do it. Like, what am I supposed to do?
All right.
Fuck yeah. All right.
I can have somebody else do it if you want me to.
If I want you to,
Yeah.
I don't care.
Well, there you go. Go ahead and give us 3 times.
Heckin', last time we did we bought bags, and then we left the underground illegal place, and then we went to the house or the inn, and Gorthos jumped into his new body and tested it out a little bit. And he's like, I don't have clothes, so I'm gonna jump back into my tiny body. And then we went to the castle after a night's sleep, and Myro is off being probably a criminal. And then it just says the people who just came back from the illegal place. And then we went to the castle, met with the king and his not daughter, and I gave him my shiny rock, my shiny blue, and he's like, "Thank you so much. Your king really sucks, huh?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And then
Your king really sucks, huh?
Yeah.
Says the leader of
Yeah.
a country.
yeah, I mean, he's not wrong. And then we talked to the hero, and she was like, "No, don't go through the princess's things." And we're like, "We have to. We want to save her." And she's like, "No." And then we were like, "Yeah." And she's like, "Okay." And then we did it. And then the Galen and Ronan almost got like heckin' assassinated by these two super neat boys who can like teleport and stuff. And then they
Where the fuck they
Like,
went?
they went somewhere after being like, "We're not going to show you where you want to go, hero, because you should remember." And it's like, I can't because stuff, ghosts.
Ghosts.
And then
There they are. Found
we
them.
went to the king after finding some things, basically implicating the princess and just yeeting herself out of this place and leaving the hero to deal with her stuff. And then we were like, "King, can you give us a reward?" And he's like, "Have like $1 bajillion." And we took them, and then we went and bought Gorthos a shiny new set of armor, and then we put it on the thing, and then we hopped in it, and now he's big and tall and stuff. And that's about it, really.
And that's, whatever. Good job, my dude. Here's a splation for you. Hoba! Look at that splation. See, even though you have to do it a lot, you get splations for it, and the others don't. Yeah, it all makes sense. Yeah. But yes, as you guys are here inside of the room, you guys again note you guys now have 2 people around the size of Ronan. You're not sure if Gorthos 2 Electric Gorthaloo can fit in the bed that is in your guys' room, Marco.
Oh, now you know my world.
Maybe he needs a clam or something. But who knows, man? Oh God, is there actual? Oh no, it begins.
Oh boy,
Ah, fuck.
She's back.
Ah,
Oh boy, she's
fuck.
back, boys.
Oh boy.
And don't forget the Lindos.
Was there a Lindo one too?
Yeah.
There are 2 Lindos
Oh,
technically, but the other one's not
fuck.
colored.
Ah, fuck.
Use
Ah,
sketch.
anyway, let me go grab them real quick.
Actually,
Oh,
today
I
we're
also wanted to
starting
grab
off
the
strong.
one that FOMO made last week because I forgot to grab that one.
And then did just another one.
I wanted to grab the one that FOMO made of Kira and Roki.
Oh, that one.
Oh,
Yeah. Oh no. Oh god. Okay, I see them all now.
Oh my god. Oh my god, Dan.
Wow.
Oh,
She's
great.
fucking.
Den's
So
been on
it begins.
vacation for a bit, guys.
Unleash hell.
Den's been on vacation for a little bit, you see. It's
10,000 years.
time to just go into this fucking full stop. Also, charcoal.
Oh, charcoal.
Looks almost ominous because of our shadows there. Like,
I mean,
we're gonna
knows,
fucking kill her or something.
Well, time to
Someone
kidnap the
just slapped-
tailor.
No, you know, see, right where like across from where Din's logo is, in the opposite corner, you just put Brazzers.
Lindo, are you going to color Chibi Polo? Because if you're gonna color Chibi Polo, I'll wait until that one's colored, and I'll just grab Chibi Jasna.
Jesus fucking Christ.
This is going really
Jesus.
fucking fast. This is
Yeah,
like
yeah,
a
okay,
0
I'll
to
just
100.
grab Chibi Jasna then. Okay, let me fucking put all these things in.
And so it begins.
Here we go. All right. Okay. Bah.
Here they come.
First off, let's do these 4, not 3. Hold on. Boop. There we go. All right. First one. Desktop. Yeah. 91. 90 fucking. Anyway. I'm not going to bring that up.
Did you feel your heart stop?
No, I'm fine.
Are you?
I'm fine.
I
We're
don't
almost
Did
at
has
the
done
hundo.
so much fucking art for this table.
We can keep
Dan.
evolving, it's fine.
Why are
Yeah.
you like this?
This shit's gonna look like a mosaic at the end of it.
And 94. Or no, that was no. Wait, no, that's not the right one. No, wait. There we go. I
You
was
put
I
all the
almost
pieces
drugged in one from
together.
NetNavi.
Or
There
bringing,
we
we're,
go.
we're
All
collapsing
right,
the
so-
timelines.
We have 91, 92, 93, and 94, which are we got the the hero not like looking like I don't like being in a dress. We got this boy who's all probably dead. We got you guys sneaking up on charcoal about to smooch her in the night. I guess I don't fucking know what's going on here.
Collective smoochins.
And we got dog bones.
Dog bones.
Oh, bones.
Dog bones. Ba-ba-ba-ba. With that being said,
Yeah.
let's get these ones now. Doo, doop. I love how these are like so evenly spaced apart.
They're like social distancing.
It's like we have to space them apart like this to have them add up to the around the same.
They have to work harder.
This one is Thing 1 and Thing 2, which was made last week that I wanted to put in here. Which is Roki and Kira. Look at them two.
There they are.
There they is. Look at them.
Look at them.
And then we have Illustration 38. Okay. Oh, it's Illustration 381. My bad. Not 38. There we go.
There she is.
Look at the Chippy J.
Hey.
Hell yeah, boys.
You know what? Here you go, Jasmine. You can have this one.
Hell yeah.
I'll put it
Hey.
I'll put it right there.
Another Sheikah disguise.
Wait, no.
Shit, I was
Wait,
drunk.
no. We can fucking call back to Pokemon.
There you go.
Hey.
We got it, boys.
Get out of here.
We can call back to Pokemon and just put them right here.
I love that the Kokiri Gortho's just like falling over.
We have
Just,
done
just like folded over on himself.
It has been did.
It's funny.
it.
All this art. The fucking
Ah,
floodgates of art, man.
we've done it. Now we can play the game.
There's a game we're playing, right?
With you guys having seen Gorthos go into his larger buffer form without a sword, that sword isn't there. What do you guys wish to do? You guys ended things off last time with him jumping into this. You guys purifying the body and getting things ready. You guys know that you have dinner with the king tonight that you have to do. There's a little bit of time before you guys have to get ready to do that. Do you guys want to try to spend the rest of your 10,000 rupees? Do you want to find something to do over the course of the time? Do you guys want to maybe get your licenses taken in? You guys want to make your way over to the temple? What is the group planning currently?
I want to go talk to Charcoal about that thing that I kind of left her hanging with just a little bit ago.
The thing you just left her hanging with?
Yeah.
Well, she said that she probably had to get all this stuff going. It's not a great place to talk to her.
Okay.
Do you you could wait until she's done with work, but she didn't tell you when that would be.
Okay.
You can talk to her tonight over at the dark place of darkness.
That is true. That is probably
or
the
you
better
can head there
option.
now and see. It's up to you. But she didn't seem very willing to talk last time you were there.
Okay.
Because she's on the clock, man. She got to do her thing.
It looked so busy.
I mean, you guys made it busy.
Oh yeah. Oh
But,
yeah.
if I guess, barring that, the temple seems like a neat idea to me. But what do you guys think? What do you want to do?
I will let you know, Ronan, for what you want to do in the temple. I remember you want to go down into it to find the tablet thing, right?
Yeah.
That'll probably last into dinner.
Ah.
It took you guys an hour to get to the part of the map that I showed you, if you remember.
Okie doke.
Yeah. You can still go to the temple or anything if you have other things to do there, but going into the dungeon will probably be a lot longer of a trek.
Okay. And I
You
got
can
nothing.
skip dinner.
I got nothing.
Who needs to fucking go and have dinner with the king anyway?
Well,
Me.
I was gonna go because I'm gonna be trained by the chef. I think. I hope.
Well, maybe
He's
not
not gonna be-
tonight at dinner, but you could probably ask tonight at dinner.
Yeah.
Sometimes I sit here and I try to figure out what I'm going to do, and instead of doing anything, I just pet my dog.
If nobody's got any plans, I'll try borrowing the speed read glasses and figuring out the book again.
Have you read today?
No.
Okay, then yes, you can do that. I wanted to remind people because it was a thing that was brought up the other day. I wanted to make sure that everybody understands the reading rules. When it comes to reading books, you could either read through a book potentially in a night if you do a good roll, or the speed reading things turn it into a short rest. That doesn't increase the amount of times you can read. That just changes the amount of time it takes from a long rest to a short rest. Which means you
Okay.
still have to analyze the same kind of information in your head and blah, 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 blah. So
It's still as mentally exhausting as it would be.
exactly. So I just wanted to make sure people understood that that's what the speed reading glasses do. Is it just, all it does is it takes it from a long rest to a short rest. It still is reading through a book a day is still pretty hard. So it is still something you can only really do if you dedicate a lot of time at a library to do it, like Gallon did before. Or if you just read once or twice a day, But since you haven't done it today, you can definitely go ahead and do that for a short rest-ish period if Polo is fine with that.
Yeah, you can take my classes again.
You just walk over and just fucking yank them off her face every time.
It's like
Listen-
I'll bring
listen.
these back.
Listen, we're back at our house. You have your other pair here. It's fine.
Yeah.
What are you wanting to read through currently, Gallon?
The time book I have.
There are still a couple of things you can learn from it, including the other thing that it can do. So
Yeah.
go ahead, and as you are reading through it this time, we'll roll for both. We'll roll for gaining new information, and we'll roll for the other thing. So first off, roll me for your diligence as you're reading through.
All right. Diocese, roll twice.
Mhm.
Glad I can roll twice.
Oh no!
How did I get the exact same thing?
Gallon, you just, as you're reading through, you're just looking at this, and every now and then, you just have an eye twitch from that year that you spent reading, and that year that you just started going, I hate books, I hate books, I hate books, I hate books. You remember every time you would, like, slow down reading to, like, let your mind wander, your master would, like, shock you. And just this negative intonation with that just really fucking just is having some problems with you.
Yo, Gallon, I have a great idea. Invent the audiobook.
However, roll me for your instinct to see if you retain any new information from the book.
Should this still roll twice, or?
Yes, go ahead. Is it you're looking for two different things, so yeah, you can roll twice on both of them.
10.
With a 10, again, you see that same sort of thing from the books you gained from last time, the weird gods that you had learned about the last time, as well as, again, you find there's a lot of information that you would not expect from the goddess of the sands in this book. And you made a joke about it last time, Gallon, but it's like looking at this book and just thinking about everything, you almost, like, just with your mind wandering because of the diligence thing, you almost just blurt out, yeah, I ship it. Like,
Listen,
there's just too much information about this, like, to keep going like that.
Listen, I fully believe in that. Alan believes in the ship.
This isn't a ship, it's a cruiser.
Like, that's all you gain from today is a greater knowledge of, yeah, this is I ship this, yeah.
Oh, they fucking.
Oh, they fucking. You almost feel like you want to gain a book just on the Goddess of the Sands, just so you can look through and see how many times the Goddess of Time is mentioned.
just everybody goes out. They come back. There's just like a fucking graph of the investigation web of are they together, are they not together?
The fucking like Pepe Sylvia image is just like...
Yeah, it's the goddess. It's the goddess ship. Hey, look, it's the goddess ship.
With that being said, Ronan and Gorthos, I think you said you were not doing anything over the short rest, quote unquote, area.
Nah. Just chilling.
Jasna, Marco Polo.
Playing
I know Gallon said, like, oh, she has another pair of glasses, but she'd just kind of sit next to him and look over and be like, and then she said, oh. And then she said, oh.
See, this is why I will say this. I will say this, Polo. If someone's using the speed reading glasses, there is zero way you can keep up. You're just like I
saw the.
She would do it anyway.
That's perfectly fine.
Because she's just like, this is just easier. Because then he doesn't have to hunt me down to give me back the glasses.
Marco and Jasna.
I don't have anything on my mind now.
We could just skip to the dinner if you guys would like.
Yeah, I guess skip it to the dinner's pretty much the best thing you can do. It's like, yeah, may as well get to that.
Yeah.
Did we when we were outside, did we pass by like the main fountain area?
Yes, but you would have already known that they aren't there today.
Okay,
because
gotcha.
according to the guy, they would be there from like the morning to the night.
Okay,
they would be there the entire day. As you guys look outside, you see that it is getting later. You're not entirely sure when you need to be there. They'll probably wait for you, but do you really want to leave the royalty to wait?
I don't know. That sounds like a pretty power move. Maybe we should.
Are we gonna spend the next 10,000 rupees, or can we just hold on to that wallet for a little while longer?
You can probably hold on to it for as long as you have the rupees.
As long as we don't leave the city with it, I think we're probably good.
As long as that wallet doesn't fucking leave the castle town.
I will say this, Anthony. I'm speaking directly to you when I say this. The longer you have it, the longer it's gonna be a shame if something happened to it. Especially if you guys decide to go back down into the fucking black market tonight.
We
Yeah,
have
that
our
is
wave
secure
that around.
bag.
That is not going anywhere near the black market. So help me God, I will stay in the room alone with it.
Emerald and I already talked about it. We're like, no.
No.
If we
But
need
hey,
it, we
you
can
guys
take
could
money
get
out
some
of
good
it.
things from the black market with it.
We could take money out of it and then go to the black market with it.
I will shove
Here's
the
the thing: if you want it to be fucking secure, you could put it in the bag that is in the most secure area of the bag over
It's
here.
true.
And
That is
very
just
true.
take the wallet out when you're going to pay for shit.
Back
It's
then,
very,
you're
very
like,
true.
boys,
Like I wanted to talk about it when we all had like a group discussion over what to do with the money. So I'll
You
leave it
guys
to
could have
later.
have that time now if you'd like to talk about what to do with the rest of that. Again,
could discuss
you
it.
guys do know of several things in the city that could potentially be good to use with that money, such as again potentially the whole charcoal thing. You guys did learn about her 20,000 rupee debt that she's paying off. Apparently, it used to be 30,000, but over the past couple of years, she's been able to pay off a third of it that she was left with from her family. There is also, you guys heard of a property that's being sold for pretty cheap in the city that you could potentially go and do something about. You guys know that someone in the city has the weapon to go with the armor that that Gorthos has, but you're not sure exactly what to do about that. And the only person who would know is a month away from getting here with that knowledge. And you guys know that potentially, you guys could just, if you're feeling too guilty about it, you could use it as a big old donation to the church for some goddess favor.
I say we get a proper base of operations here. It's the best location in the kingdom to be able to just
Right.
go from here to everywhere else.
What use would that be?
A lot of use. It's the center of the kingdom.
Are we planning on living here? I'm not.
It's a
It could be a good place to return to if ever we're close by.
But aren't we gonna like commit a crime soon that would probably have us banned from the city?
Potentially.
well, I mean, we could
There's a point.
hopefully solve that before it becomes a crime.
Well, that's the thing, though, is it might be a huge waste of money to do that, and then we end up having to do it, and it's like, well, oops, now we don't have the base of operations we paid 10,000 rupees for.
This is true.
I'm kind of in favor of
you
chipping
can have a
huge dent in
clan
that
here.
debt.
We could get you a clan here, though.
I don't know if they sell clams here.
Have one.
People here don't seem to be fond of clam beds.
We can find a carpenter or something.
It's
Marco.
when you say that, Ronan, you get just like this fucking flashback to June and how fucking her eyes lit up whenever she laid on your clam bed for the first time, and you're like,
She was fond
most
of it,
people.
yeah. Most people. They're not fond enough to make them.
Well, that's why, like, if we continue adventuring together, we can get up more money, make it like I don't know.
Wouldn't we want to get like licenses so we don't get to go, go to jail for adventuring?
That's
that
also a
would
good
come
point.
next.
Shouldn't that come first?
What if it costs like everything we have plus some? Then it's like, well, shoot, we can't afford to do anything else with it.
Is it not 100 rupees a person?
The test, yeah.
That seems. Gorthos doesn't want to have to pay for that. But if we must, to make our journey easier,
Rules are rules.
I think it might
Besides,
be a worthwhile investment.
it's a dumb.
look at all the stuff we have just here in the hotel, in our inn rooms. Like, it'd be nice to have somewhere else to store them instead of in this location.
Again, there's also the crime thing that might potentially happen.
Yeah,
And
And
then
then
all
we
that
would-
stuff would be
Gorthos can understand the idea of a base of operations. Gorthos feels he should have had one when he was. Gorthos can't remember. The point is,
Marco,
In
I'll
this
also let you
particular-
know, if you do want to have another reason to argue for the base of operations, you have a dagger that can teleport you here, as well as
Yes.
as well as like I think up to 6 other people at a given time.
It was. I mean, it could probably be empowered more to do more people. It's 4-wheeling creatures.
Oh, it's 4-wheeling creatures. My bad.
Yeah, that's why that was the whole thing. So not everyone could escape in the backstory game.
Yeah.
But it can probably be improved upon
Who knows?
to do
man?
more people. But it's like if we have that, we could get the dagger, get it improved so that it's like, if we ever go to if we have a need to immediately go back to the forest, we'll have a way back to Castletown.
Gorthos understands your reasoning, Marco. However, it does stand. We are going to be breaking out the hero.
I mean, that's potentially doing
that. But it's also, we're going to be here for a month, and I think
Yeah.
doing it in the long run, it'll cost more to be in the inn than to just put down a down payment on a cheap location here.
How much are we spending to stay here for?
I thought we already paid for the month.
Oh yeah, how much was
you
it?
paid for You paid for a few weeks. You didn't pay for the full month.
How much was that?
Yeah.
900, I think you guys gave all together.
And then we like shaved it down through like work that things will get paid back.
Yeah, it
was
should
like
have cost.
600.
It should have cost more. I think. I don't know. Let me go look.
I feel like that expense is pretty well covered. I think.
I believe it was this.
Can't cover it.
600.
The thing.
One day that fucking.
No, it was the full 900 because I see the 900 here.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
You guys brought it down though. You guys did bring it down from like a little bit higher. You guys basically have this place for up to 3 weeks.
Yeah.
So almost a month.
Yeah.
I'm not too worried about the last week.
But if you guys don't do the things you guys promised, then you'd have to pay for the extra week.
Yep.
Yeah.
If the month passes and we don't end up having to do the whole crime thing, then maybe that'd be something to look into.
We won't have the money by then. We'll have
We'll have probably a sizable chunk of it left.
There are at least 2 people here with trade skills. One with extreme business savvy. Galen can work at the tavern as something. People like a pretty face. And Rooney can play music.
Yeah.
Thank you.
You, Marco, well, Gorthos is not going to label you a thief, but you do have skills. We can all earn the. Yes, you can do that.
A small thing. When we give the bag back, we don't have to give the money back.
Yes.
Then where are we going to put all the money?
We could.
Whatever is left, we can put in our own wallets.
Yes.
That's a lot to spend, though.
It is a lot to spend, yes, but.
And why did we ask for so much if we weren't going to spend?
Exactly. I
So,
thought
yeah.
this was the plan, to spend it almost, if not almost all of it. On the equipment, things we need.
Yeah.
Perhaps to help other people out with whatever is the remainder. Well, a base of operations would be good, and it is a thing that we could consider in the future. Right now, it may not be the most prudent choice.
I kind of agree.
But
honestly.
it will be, but it is a good idea. Just not now.
That's not now. Yeah, it's a good idea in principle.
You guys definitely can hold on to the money. I will remind you guys of what I told you before game. The 10,000 thing was meant for certain things around the city. Keeping that 10,000 together is probably best. However, you guys could chunk it up into smaller things to buy little things with if you really want to. But the things I mentioned to you before, the 3 other things in the city that would cost around 10,000, would be out of your reach at that point until you brought that number back up to 10,000.
Hmm.
I will say this: the 20,000 was supposed to be basically for 2 tokens to the big 10,000 things.
Mm-hmm.
But you can consider it your like whatever kind of money you want it to be until then. You just would not. You would have to build that money back up in order to do anything else with it.
Hmm.
I'm just letting you know, but what is intended out of character and what is happening in character.
Plus, Galen and I have some commissions we just asked Charcoal for, so we're going to need some money to pay for those.
Perhaps perhaps paying half her debt would cover the cost.
I mean,
But,
she's
I
gonna
mean,
charge you that
yeah.
much for the way she was saying it.
Well, she's not. I mean, I plan to give her probably more than she would charge for it because
Yeah,
I don't
from
think
how
she
she
would charge
sounds,
that much.
She doesn't sound like she'd charge enough.
Well, she'll be good working at the castle.
Yeah, hopefully she's interested in that.
Speaking
What are you
of the
laughing
castle.
at? God.
No, don't worry about it. Speaking of the castle, it is getting later.
It is pretty late. We should probably head to the castle.
I'm sorry, I went to get watermelon and I missed this whole conversation.
It's okay, it was not
Fine.
racist think.
It's summarized in Marco wanted to spend the money on getting a base of operations. Everyone disagreed.
Oh, Polo would have been so fucking down for that.
Damn it!
Polo would have just like, yeah, no, why not? Why are we gonna freaking hop rent from rent? It's dumb.
Exactly.
Hey, you
We
gotta
have
pay
all
off
this
the debt.
shit we need to put into a place.
We
Because
gotta
we
pay
might
off-
get exiled soon.
Yeah, the possibility of
I'll
exile.
also let you guys know a smart plan for getting the hero out is to not get caught.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah, but we can't
I
guarantee
just want to
that'll
let you
happen.
guys know.
Yeah,
you're
we
planning.
know that's of
Listen,
course.
man,
I
the
just want to
pessimist
let you
burst the
guys know
parachute.
what you're planning for. You're basically planning to get exiled whenever the plan should be to not be
We're
exiled.
expecting.
no.
I just want to make sure you understand that. I just want to
We
make
do.
sure.
No, I understand.
Obviously.
That is absolutely not what I'm planning for.
I just want to make sure.
We're just talking about the
Here's
extreme.
the thing.
We're not
Let's say
gonna
we
like,
buy
hit
the
you
house
with
right
taking your
fucking
daughter,
now,
fuck you.
and we get caught.
Yeah.
I feel like we're going in
Congratulations,
circles.
we spent
Yeah, but-
10,000 on a house we cannot go back to.
Yeah, so we know. The point is, yeah, we're in circles. We know that's our plan to not get caught, but the possibility is less than, is more than non-existent that we fucking will. And then shit goes down, which will inevitably make the 10,000 rupees moot and useless. we get it.
Here's the thing.
That's the argument happening right now.
I'm just saying, back in Avatar, we were worried that tearing down the wall of Ba Sing Se would get us killed, and then we got the king down for it. So like we can do it again.
I don't
Let's
think
get a house. No.
No, I'm not saying. Here's the thing. I'm not saying get a house. I'm saying do not be afraid to spend the money on the 3 10,000 things I told you it's in the city. You guys already know of 2 of them that you can do, but there is also one you guys have not.
There's also a bunch of other things we can do with it.
What I'm saying is if you spend the money in small chunks, then you're not going to get to do it at all.
So there is one more.
Yeah.
I'm legitimately forgetting the other thing besides the house, though.
There is the
House,
there is the house, there is
We
the
haven't
debt,
found
and
the
there
third
is the
one.
other thing that you guys haven't seen.
Oh,
Well, the debt thing is like it doesn't have to be exactly half that we get for that.
Yeah.
It does.
Polo's opinion on paying half of her debt.
From what I've
Is-
told you, out of again, we're going in. This is in character stuff. We don't have to worry about that, Squeaky. Well,
Okay.
the out of character thing I've told you is that is one of the 10,000 things.
Yeah, but
Which
it's not like
means that-
is it going to be like if we go with 9,000? It's like, oh, sorry, I'm
Yes,
not going to take that. I only
exactly.
take 10,000.
Exactly. The person
right,
that owns her
charcoal.
debt will not accept 9,000, is what I'm telling you.
Or we can just give it to her.
You could.
That's not suspicious at all.
What I'm telling you is game mechanics. I'm not telling you in character things. If you give her 9,000, the event for giving her 10,000 will not activate.
Okay.
That's all I'm saying. Like, if you give her less than 10,000, that event will not work. That event
10,000,
will
take
not be
it
a
or leave
thing.
it.
Yes. Like, this is an out of character thing. It doesn't make sense in character, but out of character, that is what I've told you before game. She is one of the 10,000 event things. So again,
is true.
that's all I'm saying. There are 3 10,000 event things left in the city. If you give less than 10,000 to them, they will not trigger. With that being said, you can use them if you want. Just know that that is the thing. Just know that that is looming over your heads, and it's not going to be something that's going to blindside you. With that being said, do you guys said you wish to make your way to the castle?
correct.
Okay.
Yeah. This is changing out the Deku armor.
You want to go back to being regular Gorthos?
Yes.
Didn't the king say he wanted to see whoever got the Deku armor?
He wished he could, but
I mean,
They're-
here's the
they're
thing: we can
allergic.
say, "Oh no, our friend Gorthos isn't feeling well. They're gonna go home," and then, "Oh
Would
hey,
you call
our
yourself something
friends
other than
arrived."
Gorthos? in
I'll
this world?
also say that if you roll to go into regular Gorthos and fail, then that's going to be more time that you're going to have to wait before you can leave.
what do you mean fail to go into regular Gortha?
If you try to go into your Deku body and you
It
don't
takes
do the
time,
roll.
remember?
Oh yeah, I would hope that I could have done that before we would have to be
You
there.
didn't
in
tell
5
me
minutes.
before that. I've told you right now, guys. Like I said the last time I told you about time, it is getting late. Leaving now, you guys could make it there on time. If you fail this roll, you guys will be late. Do you want to try the roll? Because you can still make it. You can make the roll.
Quick.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, let's go.
I need to start giving Gorthos freaking fleeting.
Oh, I got one. Cool.
Yeah, you got one earlier.
Hey, you
Yep.
have one actually. I think.
I
You
do
have
a
one
jam
from
session.
Kobe 90,000. Says a Bone Dog Child Boy. There is also one from Typical Naba says to Gorthos, and there's one from Squeaky that says Gorthos.
Thank you. Well, all right then.
Have a jam session as well.
Din gave you one as well, and then King Midas gave me one. Thank you.
powers united.
I got
Four.
one.
God damn it, that's 4. How many? Wait, do the other fleetings count?
What was
The
your
last
highest?
person to give you one was Din.
The last. Okay.
What was your
That was
highest?
9.
Did you roll for the jam session one as well?
Did you roll 4? You rolled 4 times, right?
Yeah.
Roll again.
Okay. And what's jam session? What?
Goddess point, basically. I'm giving you a goddess point.
Oh,
Jam session does say in battle, but I'll let you do it.
Oh, I feel like I've done it outside of
You
battle
have done it
before.
outside of things, but I do want to let you know that jam session is supposed to be a battle ability. But go ahead.
Oh.
okay. Good to know that.
For certain things like this, I'll let it slide.
Fuck's sake.
But
Starting off great.
it is supposed
Well,
to
it
be
didn't
like
work
in
anyway,
battle.
so whatever.
Well, I mean,
There's still the funny orange ones.
So what was it? What's the jumping is a 9 plus minus? I forget.
You're using your spirit.
So that's a 10.
That is a 10. Do you want to go with that?
You have
Yeah.
the funny.
Okay, you're gonna go with that. You try to jump into your Kokiri body. You do note it will take a while to do so. Do you still want to do it?
This is gonna be really fucking awkward, really fucking fast.
You could be late. Again, there's nothing stopping you from being late. They didn't seem like they were terribly, like strict people. At the same time, it is the king of Hyrule.
God. Okay.
Squeaky, did you give yourself a inspiration?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, because King Midas gave you that one. Thank you, King Midas.
I guess I'll go in the Dark Nut armor.
Okay. In order to not be late, you decide not to go in the tiny Gorthos form.
Are you gonna call
stand and
yourself
try to
Gorthos
move
like
yourself
this?
around to try to get used to this form? What were you saying, Ronan?
Are you gonna call yourself Gorthos like this, or?
I have to answer the question: can he physically call himself anything but Gorthos? That is the real question.
Because the other you called yourself Gorthos as well.
Yes, that's exactly why.
Unfortunately, he speaks in the third person.
Yes, it is unfortunate. Gorthos' name is not Gorthos.
I will say you can probably try, but that's more something I'd like to ask you, Anthony. Can you refer to yourself as not as anything but Gorthos? This is not something I pushed onto you. This is something you pushed onto you.
I know it is, and I need to answer
So
this question.
can you do it? You don't.
This-
That's all. Is this something that is compulsory to your character that you want to go down on the ship with? Because I find that to be a very neat thing. Or do you want to go against what's been going on this entire time and people realize that you've been able to say I the entire time?
That you're just fucking
Or
obnoxious.
do you want to roll your resistance to fucking decide for you?
I say
knew
this is a character decision. This is a player decision, Anthony. Can you or can you not refer to you as Gorthos?
He cannot.
Okay.
Going down on the ship, boy.
I'd say you can try to avoid saying I or Gorthos. It's still a talking thing, but you are gonna have to. That's probably gonna be a trying thing from him. You're gonna have to actively avoid saying you or saying your name. Other people might have to answer for you.
Gorthos will have to use.
Go ahead and go on ahead and be like, Gorthos is gonna be a little bit late. Can't we do that? It's not an option.
If you guys if you guys split up, you definitely can. But at the same time, who knows?
I suggest going in as first we have Ronan, Gallon, and Marco, since they're the ones that first approached the king in the beginning. And then Jasna and Polo can wait with Gorthos and be like, they'll be late.
This seems like a smart idea that won't fucking.
I will say this: if you're gonna be late anyway, like this still brings up the thing of, does Gorthos want to be late in front of the King of Hyrule? Because you said no to that question earlier. This is basically that same thing.
Yeah, no, let's do it. Let's go. Let's go to dinner.
Because again, I had already asked him that before, Squeaky, and he said that he did not want to be late.
Yeah, let's see how this plays.
Okay.
Let's see what should we call you?
Yeah, what's the name?
Gorthon?
Gorthon?
No,
that's not bad.
I mean, if they ask you that, Gorthos, I know what you want to say, but it's probably not the best thing for you to say.
Ronan's asking the room.
Because you would be like, if they're not going to call you Gorthos, you would want them to call you Donu, but...
That will make it so awkward. It's
not out of the realm of possibility for a Donu to be named Donu after
Donu too.
Donu is a major hero.
Maybe we should call you Wishbone.
What's the story, Wishbone?
Donut has Donu in it. Donut the Donu.
Donut the Donu.
Like, we're doing dumb names. Just call him fucking Clifford.
I'm gonna shut up now.
I will let you. I will let you know, Gorthos, since you are the person who knows about the Donu more than everybody here. They usually have very simple names.
Gorthos requires a simple cover name. Much like
you know of some of them called Charger, and you know of some of them called like fucking like Blaze and stuff like that. Like they have very simple names.
Like dog.
How about Brute?
How about what?
Brute? Because you're a big imposing boy like a brute.
This works for Gorthos.
That's not bad. Yeah.
Okay. I will keep track of any time you say Gorthos or I or me, and I'm gonna have you roll the fuck out of this if you're making this a character thing. It's gonna be so great.
Dance.
Gorthos, this is my time to flex my linguistic skills to avoid 3 specific words that are so common.
You guys make your way out. As you do, like again, just as stepping outside into the sunset in Castletown, like as you guys get up to your balcony, like that first shine of like the evening night shining against this polished, gleaming midnight obsidian armor, like is just fucking breathtaking for a second. Like this armor was being taken care of and was very expensive. But as you guys make your way out, you guys start going forward. Eventually, you find somebody waiting at the edge of the city, who is one of the knights of Hyrule. They look over towards you. They seem to have a carriage ready.
Hey,
is it big enough?
Big enough?
It is a large carriage. It would normally be able to hold like around a dozen people comfortably. It is barely big enough for the 2 big boys and for the rest of me.
We'll just squish. It's fine. We'll squish.
It is normally enough for like a dozen people. For you, it is good enough for 6 people, so half of that. As you guys
Paul.
get into the carriage and go off toward the castle,
Or just as slowly, Gorthos apologizes for his prey.
This is why I suggested a name that could have been easy because it sounds similar. But
Yeah,
yeah,
we'll work with fruit. It's fine.
I'm sorry if he did not want to be the great and mighty donut.
No, but the first one she suggested was Gotham.
Gothan.
He'd be like Gotham.
Gothaniel.
Gathaniel.
Gothan.
My name is Gathaniel.
But then they were like, was like, no, simple. Then it was like donut.
Horatio.
You guys follow the knight into the castle as you guys get off of the carriage just inside the walls. As you guys do, he takes you to the upstairs of the throne room area you guys were in before, or the meeting room, not throne room, but you know what I mean. There was a throne there. Upon going up into the upstairs of this room, let's get another one of these things. Don't you guys love these things? I get to draw on them and everything. It's great.
Oh yeah. Bring out the void, which we call home. Oh, I think who's stuck there?
It's just a knight.
I'm an Octorok.
You know, there's an Octorok in the water.
It's a pet Octorok.
Yeah,
It's a moat.
it's onyx.
Yep.
Alright, good. We got that. Good.
That's
we
his
found
name.
it up.
Don't wear it out.
Onyx.
You have to say
Onyx.
it. You have to say it like
It's pretty unexpected for them to have an Octorok.
Ow.
I didn't even have a fucking song go either.
I'm gonna go carry this box.
You guys make your way into the main hall that the knight has brought you all over toward. Upon getting there, you see what appears to be a large table waiting for you to do your eatery business at. Wow, that's not nearly thick enough.
Real quick.
That's not thick. Okay.
Real fast. Does this helmet have a visor, or is it just? It's it's a solid piece of metal, isn't it?
I am fucking.
Yes, it does make you look fat.
I am fucking. I'm trying to straighten it up so that it doesn't like look like it's a crooked table.
Yeah, because it's doing the little quirky thing.
How am I supposed to eat? Oh no!
You got it. I think you got it. There you go.
Just dump it. Just
Just dump it into your neck hole.
yeah, you'll be fine.
That's what
Just
people
barely
eat.
lift it up as you put in your fork into the visor, and then put it down quickly so nobody sees.
Behind
just
the
food
behind the table at the very end where you would see like one of the seats, you see that there is another room back there potentially for people to bring foods and stuff from. However, as you guys enter this area, is that a fucking okay? For a second, your hand was over top of like the pin, and it looked like it was like a piece of corn or something. I'm like, what the fuck is corn? Why?
Why is there just corn here?
You guys see as you enter what appears to be King Magnus and Magnuson of Hyrule, King A Magnus Hyrule, which is what it should be, at the front of the table, and you see what appears to be Jason off to his right. Other people who are here, you see that Blaze and Shock are at the end of this place. They have their own seats, and you weren't sure if you were expecting the Donu to have seats, but it seems the king has given them seats. Racist. You see. You were pretty sure they were supposed to be there to guard you guys, but they have sitting down on seats.
Well, if you don't give them a seat, then they start eyeing your food. So
They start begging at the table.
Yeah.
We had to pretend to eat for 2 hours when you guys got here.
And you guys do see off at the other side of the place, off in the corner of said room, there are a couple of people just sort of standing off to the side. They seem to be just like regular Hylian knights. However, looking at them, Gallon, you in particular, see one of them eyeing over towards you, and you see one of them like lift their hand up and sort of like give a kiss to the back of it while looking over at you.
Aww. Just gonna process that and just, yeah, hi, Your Majesty.
As you guys enter, the knight slams down their spear. It's like, you are in the presence of King A. Magnus Hyrule. Please enjoy yourselves as well as you can. We have been told to stay outside while this meal is going down. But if you would need any of us, we are at your beck and call.
Thank you.
He brings his arm off to the side with his weapon. He sort of like does a holding the weapon out in front of his chest kind of thing. You remember, Ronan, that whenever you were with June and whenever you were with June and Nimbus, they were doing some of the same thing with their like little salutes.
Mm-hmm.
As he then turns right away and goes outside, standing outside of the place.
Just picturing in my head, it's like the royal proceedings. It's like, all rise, this dinner is about to go down.
The beat is about to drop, as they say.
King Magnus is just sort of like looking over towards you guys. What's up, Jack?
No, I was just making a joke.
Oh, okay. King Magnus is just sort of looking over towards you guys. He seems to stand up himself, giving a smile over toward the lot of you. Jason gets up to her feet as well. And you see that that Blaze and Shock sit there for a minute, and then they stand up.
I love these two. I hope they survive.
As you guys are there, do you guys want to take any sort of square here as a seat? Do you guys want to do anything before you were seated? What would you guys like to do?
Let's go and I guess take a seat.
You start making your way toward the table as King A. Magnus says, "Oh, of course, please.
Oh,
take your seat."
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah, sure. He just kind of like stumbles and like gets in the chair.
Looking around here, Ronan, out of all the chairs that are here, you're pretty sure they should hold up yours and Gorthos's weight. I mean, these ones over here are holding up Shock and Blaze, so probably, right?
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. Where would you like to sit, Ronan, since you're the one that went up first?
Right here, I guess.
Just off to the left of King Magnus Hyrule?
If that is acceptable.
Okay, what about everybody else?
I'm gonna sit next to Jazz
Damn it, Gorthos, you bitch.
This fucking thumping metal thing just sits.
Wait, question.
What's up, Jake?
Are the ninjas still in the room?
You haven't seen the ninjas.
The fucking... Who did the backhand kiss?
These
Them
two
back
over here.
Yeah. Okay.
They are still in the room.
Mm.
But I mean, who's to say those are ninjas? Like, they could be anyone.
Listen, he did the backhand kiss. Gal's like, oh, okay.
They could be absolutely anyone.
Do I sit right here or all the fucking way over here?
You sit here or do you sit next to Blaze?
You want to sit right there, Gallon?
Yeah.
Okay, what about the rest of you?
Gorthos took my fucking spot. Fucking
I'm gonna
bitch.
sit by the turkey.
It's like, take me to the turkey.
Jazz
I
and Marco?
don't trust Gorphus to be with himself right now. Just making my way over here. Little bow.
Marco should sit next to Polo.
Marco.
It's true, but sometimes we have to understand.
You would just chill with the boy.
I sit at the pupper end.
I sit at
At the kids' table.
Oh shit! Where do I sit?
I will say every square is supposed to be a seat. There are these two here. I put Jason on this like little seat here because there is a bit of a distance between her and the next seat over. It's the same way over at Ronan's, but you don't notice it because Ronan's so big.
Ronan's huge, bro.
Choose your fucking fate, Marco.
Where you going, Marco?
Choose Spider-Man.
I choose neither.
I choose either, Green Goblin, you little bitch.
Gonna sit down with your buddy Shock and Blaze?
Yeah,
Sit
I'll
over
sit
here?
over here. Yeah.
Okay. As you each take your seats, you guys notice that eventually the two guards from over at the side seem to go and take their seats as well.
You notice that the lettuce is being transmatted in as we speak.
As all of
The
the seats
lettuce.
that were prepared seems to be taken up, you guys do notice that he looks around. That King Magnus looks around. Are we not missing your friend? The one who asked for the monetary reward earlier. I believe their name was Gorthos.
Oh yeah, he had to miss this tonight. He was not feeling too well.
Excuse me, I'm not used to people missing things.
Not used to being.
I'm the fucking king. I'm not used to people just saying, "Oh, I can't go, Your Majesty." I can't fucking be there.
Ungrateful little shit.
In her place, our friend has arrived to show off the armor that you've so graciously allowed us to purchase.
I did see that whenever you made your way in. Welcome to my table, sir.
Brute.
Sir Brute. Like looking over to Ronan and looking back to Gorthos.
He bowed and Gorthos bows his head. An
Awesome.
honor, Your Majesty.
Ah. He gives a nod. Excuse me. That armor does look very fitting on you. I'm glad that it was. I'm glad that it is around one size fit all for all of you, from what I've seen. But is it comfortable? Do you need any adjustments done to it?
It fits like a glove.
He gives a smile over to you. Well, I hope to see this Gorthos again whenever they make themselves known. But I guess I will not dawdle on what is an important conversation here. But please, he motions to the food. If you need anything, I can have my chef prepare it. She has made her way all the way from Castletown. Well, from the main Castletown to be here. This was supposed to be her week off, but she was very interested to know who had asked for her services as well. As he looks over at Polo.
Thank you.
Before she is to make her way here, though, I suppose we could wait for any big conversations till later. If you'd like to tell me now what you wish, then I can have her prepare it for you. Or is the food that we already have prepared well enough? He motions to the table. You guys note that the table is full of different types of things here. There are hams, there are turkeys and chickens and yada yada all the way throughout. Probably of different names because, you know, this is Zelda. He tells you that the one that he had plucked the feathers from the cuckoo was murdered by all of the other cuckoo.
A small price to pay, but I'm willing to pay
Things
it.
never change in 1,000 years.
Is there fish?
There is fish. As
Rodent
there are several types of fish out here as well, including I'm kidding.
Or
That's an act of war.
No, it's an act of cannibalism. And also war.
Cannibalistic war.
Cannibal wars. You never run out of rations.
It's not war. It's not war if you don't. It's not war if no one says anything, Ronan. Unless someone wants to be on the menu. I'm kidding.
Well, now I don't feel bad about kissing your not daughter.
What?
This got tense.
I said this is a lovely meal, and you're a wonderful person.
Are we all enjoying our
If
meal?
you guys have anything in particular you would like for him to get other than the normal different kinds of foods, there's no desserts or anything on here quite yet, but there are lots of appetizers and main course dishes here. Somebody
There's
already took the
fish.
turkey.
Me happy.
I fucked up.
Oh no!
Damn,
I
this is like you
fucked
have the
up.
whole bowl.
You look back to the table, the turkey's fucking gone, and Paula's just face is
realized-
stuffed.
She does
I
that
realized-
she does that thing where she swallows. You see the turkey go down her throat like an animaniac.
Lump, yeah.
I
And then she
realized
just like sits there, and then the burp happens where her mouth just goes like all wobbly, and her eyes go off in two different directions.
I realized that there's no nub where the neck would be, and I fucked up, and then the rest.
It's okay, it's turkey.
You got it's okay. Turkey can be fixed.
Yeah.
Gordo
meal
says
looks-
nothing about it.
Meal looks satisfactory.
I need to ask the question: is there fruit on the table?
Is there fruit?
Oh yes, he made sure that there were you see like one of the things that seem to hold like, because each of the main dishes have their own like tray. He has a tray full of like apples and bananas.
I'm going to cry.
It's like a fucking cornucopia.
It's been like a negative month.
Oh, if there is fruit in here, would certain not ninjas be drooling or foaming at the mouth at the moment?
These ninjas are not.
Oh.
Because they're guards, you see, and nothing else.
Well, it's also, they probably have been in this room with this fruit for quite a bit.
They have learned composure by being next
They
to it
already
for long
fucking
enough.
ate.
They already freaked out. It's fine.
You guys see just another discarded tray over on the side. I'm kidding.
They burp and like a fucking the pit of an apple popped out.
You did it, Squeaky.
I tried.
Look at that line.
The plate's on a
Fuck.
stand. It's on a stand. Don't worry.
Fuck!
The turkey is cursed. There's no Thanksgiving where we're going.
Thirsty.
Oh, I'm gonna fix it.
It's a curse go. Look out.
But yes, nobody has anything else they wish to ask for?
No.
It's all delicious.
As you guys look toward each of the different things here, you see that he sort of raises his hand for someone to get something, then nobody comes through. He's like, oh right, I told all the servants to wait outside. Before we had important business to talk. I will take some of the fish as well. As he leans forward and cuts a slice of whatever kind of fish he has off the front. You see that the fish in particular looks a lot like you. I'm kidding now. It appears to be. It does not look a lot like you. He appears to have swordfish.
Ah.
Mm-hmm.
That seems dangerous. You shouldn't eat metal like that.
You actually can eat swordfish.
Swordfish is fucking great. Anyway,
I never had it.
as he takes himself a slice that has been pre-sliced, he puts it over on his table. He sort of like laughs as he gets it, like he isn't used to getting his own stuff.
He's like, this interesting feeling you call cutting your own meals.
How novel.
This is how you peasants do it, I see.
He reaches out toward one of the jugs of liquid. As he does, he pours his own glass, so he slightly spills it.
Oh my fucking god.
But he pours his own glass. He gives a smile at it. As he does, he looks to everyone else. Can I pour anyone a glass?
Go for it. He puts his glass out.
You put your glass over toward him. He pours in this red liquid into your glass. Again, which he slightly probably overfills.
Oh boy.
Oh, please, Your Majesty.
You see him stand up. He says, "Of course."
He's having fun.
He makes his way over toward Gallon and he pours Gallon a drink as well.
Well, no, he's having fun.
Yeah.
Let him have his fun.
He would never take this away from him.
As that
can't
happens, you see
take a lot away
one of the one of the two Sheikah, what are you talking about? One of the two guards get up, make their way over toward them, and go to get the jug from him as he is finished with gallons. Sir, perhaps I should pour the rest of these for everyone? Oh,
want
yes,
juice?
of course.
Juice. Doing such a good job, though.
It's this red stuff. It could be juice.
Polo just holds out her glass like,
I want some.
It
Straight
does
over
smell.
with
It
white
does smell
water.
very fruity. It does not seem to be. It does not seem to be horrendously alcoholic. If it is, from what you guys can smell of it. But
What's alcohol?
the remainder of the rest of you with glasses, she doesn't even ask. She just goes over and pours each of you a drink.
Thank you very much.
She skips this guy.
Man, what has this random guard ever done?
No
her?
drinking on duty, brother.
Gives some to Jasna and gives an eye at Jasna as she does, and then gives some to to this large man, and then gives stuff to Jason. At which she does a much more careful job of doing before returning the thing to its table and making her way back over to herself. She then stands back up, goes back over to it, takes it back over here, and pours herself some. Stands up, makes her way back over.
Hearing that, King Gallon try to chug his drink.
Go ahead, dude.
You wanted to come.
Yes.
You drink down the remainder of whatever you have. You're not sure exactly what this is at a first drink. Would you like to roll me for your experience, Gallon?
I do love having experiences.
How is your taste of liquids, Gallon?
How is your
5.
liquidy taste, Gallon?
Plus 3, 8.
That is an 8. I don't think you would know it. It's an 8. Well, it's honestly like around you. Unfortunately, you wouldn't know it. But you are a traveler. You have traveled all over Hyrule, Jakes. I want you to do it one more roll.
All right.
You have traveled all over Hyrule in those years. You would know certain drinks they would have this close to this area. And yeah,
18.
this appears to be some sort of a mixed drink where the main ingredient is wild berry. That people use wild berries for sweetening their foods. That it's used in a lot of cake recipes, and some people just fucking roast them in the north. They literally just roast them and eat them. But yeah, this is some sort of a mixed drink with the main ingredient being wild berry.
That's
Not as good as wild berry wine.
Okay, so it's not alcoholic. Good
It's
to
not
know.
alcoholic, no. It is. If it is any sort of alcoholic, you're pretty sure it's very low because you can't
a
taste it
cordial.
all. Do you want to chug it down?
Yes.
You chug down your wild berry. As you do, she just sits down. Do you do anything?
Could you pass the drink?
She looks over towards you. You see the one off to the end over here with the two dogs sort of like snickers a bit.
Gallon just has a big grin on his face.
She stands up, goes over toward the jug, takes the jug, goes over around, pours a drink, leaves the jug, and then goes back.
You keep it.
Smart move. I was absolutely gonna do it again.
Clever girl.
Well, everyone that is here, please dig in. You guys take your different things of food. I will say, Jasna, are you just eating, or are you keeping any of this?
I'd like to believe that it starts as eating, and then it's just like, well,
You just shove like 2 apples into your bag.
like putting like breadsticks in your purse.
Roll for stealth apples.
Are you being stealthy?
No.
Okay.
Oh, if only you had sleight of hand.
You think she's faking?
Jasmine.
As Jasna,
Yeah.
you see, you stuff two of the apple. You take two of the apples and take and stuff them into your bag. When you look back at the thing, you notice that several more of the fruit is missing. You look off to your right and you see the other two also messing with their bags. I had put in here. I had put in here in the rules for the Sheikah that fruit is basically irresistible to them.
You're telling me they were waiting for someone else to do it first?
They were basically waiting for someone else to do it. Yes.
This is basically like a game of Sheikah
They were
chicken.
using you so that they could hide themselves and do it.
That is fine. That is fine. I'm willing to take that out.
The first part of the dinner goes without too much incident. I would like for Gorthos to roll me for his it's just roll me for your charm, I guess.
How do I eat?
That's the thing. Like, how are you like? You have to use yourself basically to make people think that you're fine. I will say you can technically lift this area up. It is a visor, as you can tell. It is a very much a front visor, but lifting it up would definitely show the skeleton beneath.
How many of these do I want to use?
Are you sure?
Are you trying to eat?
Would it be considered rude to not eat?
You don't know them. You don't know them currently, but roll me for experience. I'll see if you have any ideas from your 1,000 years before slumber.
Man, how many of the bougie people did Gorthos know?
Gorthos, you would know that 1,000 years ago, it was not rude, but it was frowned upon not to eat because it showed that you think that the food is poisoned. It basically was not trusting the person who was giving you the food.
How does the pumpkin work again? I need a quick refresher.
You can choose to use those after your roll.
Okay.
They let you have an extra roll.
Okay.
Right now you have 2 inspiration as well.
Oh, well, that's...
You have 1 from the Jade Caster and 1 from Emerald.
Thank you.
Hey, 2 gems gave you the good luck.
Yeah, that's a 9. 17.
That's way better.
Oh, so close. 17. Seems pretty good.
Are you trying to eat?
Yeah, it'll show that he's eating some of it, just not
I'll have you say you kind of lean down and you shove like a piece of food like up into your visor for a bit, and then you close the visor like without people seeing, but you do eat. They look over at you suspiciously for a bit, but with the roll that you made, they understand. Hey, you wanna keep your armor on. It's whatever. It's fine.
It's a sacred relic and an heirloom from times past.
You guys all see that the dogs actually do eventually just take off, like they just sort of like lean their helmets up and like do the same thing, like stuff it underneath their helmets and then lower the helmets.
They were waiting for another donor to do it first, you see.
No, they've been doing that the entire time. They were doing that before you guys showed up.
I love
they have significantly less food on that side. You guys eat for a while. As you do so, there is somewhat just regular pleasant conversation as he asks each of you a little about yourselves. If you would like to say something about yourself, you can. I'll go down to each of you. He first goes to, of course, Ronan, who is to his direct left. He's like, Ronan, can you tell me a bit about yourself? What is it? What is it else that would bring you all the way out here, other than your mission? Is there any sights you wish to see? Is there anything that interests you?
I honestly don't know too much about this place. I've never really gone that far outside of home. Just kind of passing through. Honestly, from being real, was heading over to
people
the...
find themselves to be troubadours quite often.
Yeah, I came here to do what the old king asked me to, and then I was gonna head over to the Rivers Aura domain.
Interesting. Gallon, what about you? Can you tell us anything about yourself other than what we learned last time you were here?
Well, I mean, what I am goes without saying, and the general expectations that come along with it of doing something world-shaking, revolutionary, however you like to phrase it.
Yes, my father mentioned that is something that the male Gerudo is very adamant about doing, going and meeting the heads of the other nations and making sure that they leave their mark. Of course, I haven't really heard anything about the latest male Gerudo.
Well, a curiosity this time around is there are two of us, me and my brother Kuro.
And what of the last one, the one that met my father? Did he ever attain his mark?
We don't speak about him, do we?
You don't speak about him, no. You're like, I don't know what you're talking about. Unless you want to talk about him, you're just like, I don't know what you're talking about. Who the fuck is I you don't even, like, you don't say, like, the practice isn't to say we don't speak of him. The practice is to ignore everything about him. But it's up to you. You can definitely say we don't speak of him to the king, or you can just be like, I don't know what you're talking about.
I don't know.
That's the difference between the Gerudo practice and the Gallon, what he wants to do.
Gallon opens his mouth to say something, stops. But yes, me and him are going around cultivating our talent.
Hard left.
Gortha's like, you see Gortha tilt his head a little bit like,
Like, it's very blatant to everyone there. He stopped. It's like he opened his mouth to say something about him. Hard stopped. Then went on to something completely different.
I don't see how that, and then you just see, like, one of the, from the other side. Your Majesty, I believe that he has told us quite enough with that sentence itself. Perhaps you are right. There are two of you. I did hear that the male Gerudo had came here twice, but if there were two of you, that makes a lot more sense. That is rather interesting in of itself.
Yes, you'll be able to tell the difference between us quite easily, as I am. Just like ruffles hair a little, like, I'm trying. He's like just like awkwardly posing in the chair of like, I'm beautiful, and he honestly has muscles that could compare with Ronan or our Donu friend here.
He goes, oh, interesting. I did notice you were rather, well, small for a Gerudo, but you are true. You are a very handsome man.
Oh, please.
Sometimes I wonder if my dog
Go on.
doesn't want to open the door. Oh, please, keep going. Or because he wants me to get up. I believe that we would see the other in a month's time for the festivities as well.
Ideally. Unless he's still lost in the woods.
Lost in the woods?
Did we mention that we came from the Lost Woods?
Oh, I assumed that all of you had returned from it.
Me and him did not enter at the same time.
I see. Interesting. These woods are very dangerous. We really should try to figure out more about them. But in all of the ancient scrolls, as well as the advisory of the Sage of Light, or the Sage of Life, we have not made our way over. But we lose more and more people to those woods every year. I feel like we should do something about it. What about you, Polo? Is there anything you wish to say about yourself, other than what you already have? Do you wish to keep your... He looks over toward the others. No one here will fault you for what you have under your hood, if you wish to get more comfortable.
Okay.
Pulls down her hood.
Get her! I'm kidding.
Gotcha, bitch!
It's like you spit on my drink.
Let's get the lamb sauce, boys!
Gotcha, bitch!
Bring out the lamb sauce.
I'll show you some lamps.
Oh no!
Unzipped
Oh.
pants. No.
Ting.
That went dark.
Oh, you're going,
Anyway.
Stub Lamb.
What brings you? What brings you to the Lost Woods and to here at Castle Hyrule?
Well, I initially left home to travel and prove that the demons aren't bad. And then because I never left home, I got lost in the woods, and then it was the Lost Woods. And
I will say that if your goal is to do that, you have a hard road ahead of you. People
don't
on
like
both
us.
sides are very hard to convince of the other's, well, generosity or their own likability. There is many different reasons as to why, but I hope you can at least change some minds.
I'm hoping that two of the minds that I can change can accept it. They didn't believe me. They said everyone would try to kill me. But everyone I've met so far, ever since getting rescued, has been really kind.
The individual is very kind, Polo. Though I would warn, walking around in the city without the protection of that hood myself, I don't believe the average citizen would do you any harm, or even some of those who are the more active of them. But there are some people who have lost a lot to demons, and some people who have just been raised to fear or hate them in general. Demons are not all kind, but I do believe, just like there are kind Hylians and bad Hylians, there are kind and bad demons as well. I hope that you at least change the minds of those two you wish to change.
Yeah.
What about you, Marco? You are one of my subjects, are you not? One of those
Yeah.
that reign from the city here or the cities around?
Yes. I'm actually from Lawmon. My family owns a small farm out there. And I've set out on my own journey to become a famous spelunker myself. But I plan to come here to get my license, and after getting lost in Lost Woods, it's a bit of a story and I don't think there's enough time to really delve too deep into it. But after I joined up with these guys and came here, I plan on getting my license here soon, so I can properly dungeon delve.
Well, I hope that you're able to find what you're looking. As he says that, he's interrupted by the one that on the opposite side of you. You got lost getting your license from Lon Lon to Castletown and ended up in the Lost Woods.
Again, it's a bit of a trial and tribulations, but I ended up going into the Lost Woods by mistake.
Took a detour.
Yes, a detour.
Hell of a detour.
Well, when the bandits are about, it's kind of the better choice.
I mean, hey, I fell in a hole and got in the Lost Woods, so you know what?
Yeah, I went through a door in the desert and, found myself halfway across the world.
They are the Lost Woods for a reason. I don't think that anyone here fully understands exactly what that entails. But I think that that's quite enough criticism, do you not think? She looks over towards you for a second. You see a smile go across the guard's face. Of course. I was just mentioning, Your Majesty, that this is not the first time I'd, heard of the name Marco. Recently, one of our guards has been speaking of someone with that name.
That little shit.
Small world.
Right?
Oh, yeah. Quick question: what's
That's
around
just
her,
a
like
common
on
highly
the
in
table?
Huh?
Look at the
Around
table.
her on the table.
Around her?
Yeah.
You do note that she seems to have in front of her some fruit and things that are around, as well as the juice container that she has with her.
They sat by the fruit salad, you see.
Of course.
Oh, can you pass me some of those fruit, ma'am?
She looks at you, looks at the fruit. I'm gonna roll for her to see if she will.
I know what I have to do, but I don't have the strength to do it.
She's like, will she give you fucking full fruit that has not been squeezed into a glass and basically defaced and destroyed?
This fruit is pure.
I will serve you only sacrilege.
That is, she
not
is
food.
strong enough to do it, but you have definitely distracted her. As she looks to the fruit, you notice that, like, Jasna, you look over and you notice almost like a cold sweat begin to appear. As she is preparing to give away a piece of fruit without getting anything in return for it.
That is the strongest sacrifice any Sheikah could make.
She reaches over, grabs a banana.
Not the mighty banana.
She gulps. Makes her way around. Hands the banana off to you.
Oh, thank you. You're such a peach.
Do you take it?
Yes.
She hasn't let go.
Like the dog grip. Here,
As
give.
you like give it a slight tug, her hand releases.
Well, okay then.
And then she goes back, completely forgetting what she was doing. She has now redoubled her effort into eating her own fruit.
She's like, I
must
she's like, I
consume
have to
these before this
concentrate.
rat bastard asks for more.
As that happens, he sees like you watching Jasna as he like motions to you. And what of you, Jasna? I believe you are also one of my subjects, are you not?
Oh, yes, Your Highness. I'm just a merchant. I happened to encounter these guys in the Lost Woods. We've happened to stick through, it seems. They're quite interesting.
That they are. What of you, though? Can you tell me anything about yourself? What do you like, or what are you? What kind of goods do you sell? Perhaps I can try to open up a few avenues for you.
I deal in what I can. I suppose I prefer the art of dealing itself, if that makes sense. Dealing is a mental exercise. It is like sparring, but for the mind, if that makes sense. There is some sort of honor on it.
Interesting. If you ever have any sort of useful like things you are dealing with, perhaps you could show us here at the castle or over at the guards' quarters, and see if we could find use of them.
Oh,
I will be sure to let them know ahead of time that you would be someone to look into with their goods. You're giving her pizza? What are you putting on her? You're giving her a piece of fucking pizza?
Yeah.
She has to eat her vegetables.
She's still in that age that she's just like, I only want to eat pizza.
And what about you, Sir Brute?
Oh boy. Moment of truth.
How about, can you tell me a bit about yourself? I see you've taken to that armor quite readily.
Yes, well.
He's like, how do I start this sentence without I or Gorthos?
From what little I've known of my friend here, he does prefer to be curt.
Yes, Brutus of few words.
Roll me
Just
for your
become quitting
allure,
game.
brute.
Come on, brute. Come on, brute.
I am brute.
I am brute.
roll me for your allure, brute. Can they look to you and be like, "Oh yes, a man of few words"? It's a 13. That's pretty good.
He has a fleeting.
You do have a fleeting from FOMO.
I believe in you, you goddamn bastard.
14.
14.
Look at that.
They look to you. Oh, of course. I'm sorry. My own dealings with the Donu, I've seen that they are somewhat reclusive at first.
He just kind of he nods. Yes.
There's a fucking bone on your plate.
Bone.
That's racist.
Is this
You
cannibalism?
fucking cannibal.
Look what I gave the big boys. I gave them each a ham with a bone. And I gave her fruit that isn't even on the salad.
She picked out the salad.
Yeah.
Gorthos is the one that is better at telling stories.
Okay.
Perhaps I should ask Gorthos whenever I next see her.
He just gives a nod. Food's good.
He then turns toward all of you. Well then, I suppose this should be when we speak of business. As you guys see that, like, Jason seemed to look like she was ready to, like, speak, like, as if he's gonna ask her. But then she's like, all right, I'm his daughter.
You
already
know
knows.
me.
We were to speak of, well, the goings-on as to why some of you are here, as well as some things that I found it hard to speak of in front of my knights of, well, the plans that I have going forth for the dam community.
The damned community.
The damned community.
Ronan, you had spoken that you potentially could be someone who I could use as a courier to speak with the dam community with. However, I do graciously accept that I could have that be something you could do for me, but at the same time, any sort of person whom I send, any sort of person who comes from the castle would be under scrutiny. I would find that heading to the dam community now, with any sort of message or with any sort of intent on gathering information, would be traced back to me, especially with the great feat all of you have done for me in returning me my daughter. You are all a unique amount of people here who, from what I can see, are destined for great things. Moshe, he's like nodding over toward Gallon as he says that.
Yeah, Gallon just like does a little hair flip, like, stop it. No, go on.
I feel
Stop
that
it.
if I were to use you for something like that, I would be guaranteeing a war. Whomever is against me in that city, whether it be the Zora who are there, or the human Hylian communities, or even those who may be messing with things in between them, I believe that anyone there would take advantage of that. Even if I were to come there with kindness or with a solution, those who wish to see nothing but anarchy would win out the day. We need to think about our next move when it comes to them. I think that that's what your king, your old king, had meant for me to do, to contemplate by sending me this. He puts the Zora treasure on the table. I do, however, think that there is one thing that could possibly be, well, gained in this sense.
Oh?
This is one of 3 great treasures of Hyrule.
Mm-hmm.
With this sapphire treasure that was given to the leader of the Zoras, there is also a ruby treasure and an emerald treasure. I believe if the Zora King wished for you to give this to me, he probably expects me to have at least one of the others, or maybe to gather them. Unfortunately, in the time since the Zora King's life, we Hylians no longer have our treasure. Our emerald treasure has not been with us for several hundred years at this point. I do not blame your king for not knowing this, but it has been lost to us for quite a while.
It used to be yours?
It was, well, on loan from a great magic user. I suppose I can tell you the story. My great-great-great-great-great-grandfather had known that we Hylians are numerous, we are powerful, and we are close to the goddess herself, the mortal goddess. We are favored people in the mortal goddess's eyes. And being favored people, we had many different, well, shrines and many different places we could find ourselves home. But there was one type of people even closer to the mortal goddess than us. Do you know of what people I speak of, Ronan?
I have no idea.
The fairies.
Oh.
I know it's hard to believe, but my great-great-great-great-great-great-great-grandfather believed that fairies existed. And I believe that as well. You say with a fairy fucking right in front of you that he can't see.
Wait, hold on. Believe fairies are real? You mean, are they not known to be that?
The fairies I speak of are not like the normal fairies people speak through their eyes. Those who have been known to cure ailments, or those that have been known to, well, be spirits of the night. The ones I speak of are the hierarchy. Those who are even closer to the great mortal goddess than we. The great fairies and the fairy queen. These fairies that I speak of, they are, well, prideful, powerful, and perfect. They had given us our gem, as I believe they gave the others to the other kings of the worlds, or of my kingdom. One was given to the Zora people, and the other to the people of the mountain, the Gorons. However, over time, they were returned to them. At least ours was. When I was a young boy, my grandfather spoke of his grandfather.
Took me into the city. See a marching band.
At one time, the great fairy, one that he spoke of as the Fairy Queen, had asked that he give the emerald treasure back to them. My great-great-great-grandfather, the one spoken of by my grandfather, his grandfather, Lord Regulus Ignatius Hyrule.
Oh my fucking god.
He refused to listen to the Queen of the Fairies.
Oh.
And as such, he was turned into a beast.
Oh. A beast?
A beast.
Like, what kind
A
of
beast that
we
went
talking?
after our people. A beast that attacked the villages around Castletown. One that had to be driven away from here. Him, as well as the Emerald Treasure, being taken from these lands and pushed into the only place where we felt he would never return. Our people pushed him into the Lost Woods. You all say you came from there, and I know that I cannot ask you to go back. But if we are to retain these 3 treasures, I would like to get the Emerald Treasure back from the Lost Woods, and see if we could obtain the Ruby Treasure from the Mountain People, if they still have it.
And what would doing this accomplish?
I have no idea. He motions to the Sapphire Treasure, but I believe your old king knew. Or he at least had a feeling. I seek guidance from those who are my senior. If this great king of the Zora people believed this treasure was to aid us, I believe the other treasures would be needed for such an endeavor. Perhaps he thought that we Hylians still had ours, but
that's that might be a hard sell. To ask them to give up their most prized treasures for an unknown outcome.
I will say, the hardest will, I think, be the Emerald Treasure. It has not been seen in hundreds of years. But the Ruby Treasure, I believe, would be rather easy to obtain.
Oh?
The Goron people consider themselves under my rule.
Oh.
If I were to request this treasure as a part of a agreement, or as something to return to them as soon as we have completed our need with it, I'm sure that those who call themselves people under my rule would be more than happy to allow us to use it. It is a sacred Goron relic, but Goron kings are no longer, well, a thing. Their chieftains pledge loyalty to us here at the castle. And the current Goron chieftain, he is a righteous man. I believe that if he is told that these are needed for something, maybe even to stop a war, I believe he'd be more than happy to aid in such a thing.
So you don't have any idea what my king might have thought these could be used for?
The only thing I can think of is to put them back in their pedestals.
and no one knows what that would do.
I'm unsure.
Pedestals? What do you mean?
Deep inside of the temple, I believe you've already seen it, the Temple of Time, there is a position that these 3 artifacts would take. It is not amazingly well known, but each of them have a depiction of the item in question, the 3 treasures. If we were to take them there, deep within the Temple of Time, perhaps something would happen. That is the only thing that comes to mind whenever I think of these treasures, Ronan. It is the only thing I can think of whenever I think what your king would have wanted me to do.
Well, it's the only real idea. I don't have any.
Which is why I say, he looks over towards you, if you wish to be a courier for me, if you wish to continue this job that you were given, as well if you wish to see the River Zora, perhaps you can make your way to the mountain for me. There are 2 entrances to Death Mountain. Don't worry about the name.
Yeah, just about to say that sounds spooky.
There are 2
Not
entrances
foreboding
to
at all.
Death Mountain, the place where the Gorons find their home. Those are in Kakariko Village, and, of course, over near the recently established Hateno Village, which is just a stone's throw away from the River Zora, lands, the River Zora's lands.
Gotcha.
If you wish to go there, I would suggest going through Kakariko Village, but that would be the quickest way. But if you wish to see your business with the River Zora done, perhaps going from the other side would be best.
That's a fair point. Definitely.
Of course, I asked that none of you try to leave before the celebration.
Oh, of course, yeah.
He motions over toward Jason. It is not every day that my little girl would come of age, of course.
Oh, wouldn't miss it for the world.
Thanks. She's nervous. You got that right.
I imagine. It reminds me of the first time I had to leave home.
That's the only thing I can think of. If you wish to do so, of course you can. I will be sending some envoy to the Gorons no matter what. I believe that I was wishing to ask you for... I felt as if there was anyone who would want to finish up their task, it would be you.
That, yeah, if the old king thinks that this could help with, preventing a war, then yeah, I'd love to.
Also, if you are traveling across the lands, it will be a lot easier for you to go unnoticed heading over toward the dam whenever it is needed. People wouldn't think that I would be sending you there. They would more be thinking about, oh, you're a traveler heading there of your own accord. If you are seen going to other places, it will be a lot easier.
Gotcha.
This invitation goes to each of you as well. I'm sure your friend would enjoy the company as well as I'm sure need the assistance. Death Mountain, do not worry of its name. It has been long called that ever since olden days, hundreds if not thousands of years previous. But it is also not the safest place in the kingdom.
I would wager probably not.
It is not a death sentence to go there, But
Of course,
it's not certain Death Mountain. It's just Death Mountain.
he nods. I'm sure any warrior worth their might would be able to get through that with no problem. Eh, Brute? Ah. Right, good words.
Gorons are wonderful people.
You may not even need to make your way all the way up the mountain if you wish to visit the river, Zora. I believe that they have a rather nice trade among the Gorons themselves. But traveling the mountain up would be a good way to take in the sights. Again, if you wish for quickness, then maybe perhaps going through Kakariko would be the best option.
I will definitely make a note of that.
If you do wish to go through Kakariko, you will need a written exemption from either me or my daughter to get through the gate.
Oh, okay. I suppose it couldn't hurt to get one of those.
I would need to write it as it is being used, unfortunately. So you would have to tell me that is exactly what you are doing. So whenever you figure out which way you're going, then I will write you your exemption if it is needed.
Gotcha. Good to know.
With that being said, that is everything that I wish to get off my chest in front of those who I trust here. Is there anything you all wish to ask of me now that we have had our bellies filled? Oh, I see you got McDonald's, Ronan.
Oh yeah.
No,
It's
it's
McDonald's.
a Krabby Patty.
With a thing of
It's-
fries with a W on it.
It's the Wusty Wab, okay?
Oh, what's the way?
Web.
And I see that Gallon is eating jewels and a cactor.
Just eating straight up jewels.
Yeah.
He's eating gold.
You
can eat
Polo
gold.
has
Kogamon.
carrots.
I couldn't think of anything funny.
Marco has Saschetti,
So scary.
Spaghetti.
banana and apple. Whatever the fuck all these little things are in apples. and
Strawberries.
bananas. Even more of those things, only they're more neatly arranged.
Mathematically, this homie got fucked up. This is not.
Bone. Pizza. And
Yeah.
Salisbury steak and mashed potatoes.
It's very hard to make a filet mignon in an aerial view with this horrible pen, okay?
Salisbury steak and mashed potatoes. Got it.
There you go.
Do any of you have anything you wish to talk to the King of Hyrule about? Whether things you've seen through your adventures or anything of the sort? I will say, you guys might, know where one of the treasures are.
Yeah, coincidentally.
And potentially a beast that had held it.
Yeah.
I actually did have a question. In the Lost Woods, we encountered a village of Kokiri there.
Forest people, are you sure?
Yes, it was super interesting. They have good music. They have a lot of nice people.
I'd always long believed the children of the forest existed, but fascinating.
Yeah, it was crazy. There's some fairies and some Kokiris. It's nuts. But while we were there,
one day I hope that I can also see a fairy.
Looks to see.
That time can be right now.
But while we were there, we ran into a bit of trouble with this kind of thing that was affecting people there. It was kind of like messing with their heads and
Messing with their heads,
making them think that like the things were pretty messed up there. Like this guy got his house burned down and he was just like, oh, it's fine, even though he didn't do anything wrong to deserve that. And it's like,
that sounds horrible.
it was. and everyone just kind of believed that that was okay, and things were really weird, and they all just thought it was normal. But turns out it wasn't, and we kind of helped rectify that whole situation a little bit.
Jasmine and I were put prisoner there.
It's true, they
That
were.
sounds horrible.
I'm wondering, have you heard of anything like that before?
I've never heard of any sort of creature that could influence an entire town like that.
Have you heard of this happening in other places?
Again, it's hard to think of a creature being able to have that much authority. There have been, over time, witches that have been able to potentially take over the minds of some victims of them.
The victim, the house burning, was a witch.
Then I doubt that that's the case.
Well, no, that was the night captain there that had done that, remember?
Oh, the house owner was the witch.
Oh, yes.
Well,
okay.
There is nothing to worry about. We sort of ended up discovering what it was. It seems like there's a strange breed of chew in the forest.
There was, but then when we finished up with that, we kind of realized that, oh, that's not the only cause, remember?
The malignant magic is still there.
Well, I mean, you guys didn't kill the chew, did you?
No, we never killed the chew.
It got away.
I mean, I want to believe he released his hold on the rest of them, but I'm thinking maybe there was something else to cause that, and I was wondering if there was something that could do that other than the chew. But
our plates were full with the Deku Hydra.
Yeah,
Deku Hydra.
It was huge, really huge.
If we had to compare
there,
size
seems
of
as if
buildings,
there might have been several things going strange in that forest. It is the Lost Woods, I suppose. You guys know, by the way, just to remind people of some things you found out during the forest encounter. Whatever had been messing with the people's minds had been there for quite a while. Whenever the chews were messing with people, they basically were inside of them, messing with them. And that wasn't the case for everyone, because you do remember that some of them you were able to knock out of their trance-like state with the song, so they weren't being physically controlled by people.
Yeah.
You also know that the reason the chew was even there at the forest temple was to stop the Deku Hydra, who was eating the chews, and they were basically gaining the chew's power. So technically, there could have been up to 3 different things in that forest that were taking over people's minds.
It was like a competition. Yeah. It was amazing.
But I will say, as far as the chews and the Deku Hydra was concerned, it all seemed to come from that goop that they had. And again, when you guys were doing the song in the actual city, for some of them, they weren't throwing up goop or anything after. They just kind of snapped out of it.
Mm-hmm.
So you're pretty sure there was at least 2 things, if not 3 things, messing with people's minds inside of the forest.
Yeah.
It affected even the fairy folk. Sadly.
Whenever I had saw your Gorthos, I had thought that, looking at her, she could have been one of those children of the forest. Is that true?
Oh, she is.
Then she must have a vested interest in completing this. I will look into any records we may have of anything that could potentially be at all associated with this. I believe that the records in Kakariko would be something I could send someone to go and check out. We could also have some records deep under the temple. If anyone would know anything in town, it would be the Sage of Life. I believe he is currently on his pilgrimage, however. So we will have to wait for him to return. But I will look into this for you.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Do you guys have anything else you want to tell him?
Nothing to tell, but I do have a suggestion. That maybe a certain musician play.
Oh, that sounds like a great idea. If you would be so willing, Your Majesty, to commemorate this, lovely dinner that we're having.
You take out your instrument. He looks to it and he gives a bit of a smile, like, "Oh, you wish to play some music?"
Yeah, I always love playing for new people, and how often am I going to get to play for the King of Hyrule?
Do you
Am I
stand
right?
up?
What was that?
Do you stand up?
Yeah.
As you do, both of the knights also stand up, as well as both Shock and Blaze stand up with you.
Oh.
All of their eyes on you.
Okay. And yeah, if the king looks like he's willing to allow this, he'll start playing the Song of Healing.
Ronan? I would like you to roll me for your finesse.
Finesse.
I'm gonna.
Actually, to be fair, it should be instinct, but I'm going for finesse.
All of them.
Are you sure?
Yes.
You remember you can use
Right
those
now?
after you roll.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah. And
Potentially all of
you
them.
have these two here still too.
Cool. I'm using these.
Cool. You should.
I can't believe I just killed Ronan.
It's a plus. That's God.
Are you going
That's
to
an
go with that roll?
unnatural 20. I'll spend one pumpspiration.
Well, if you're going to spend a pumpspiration, then you have a fleeting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So just go for the fleeting. I was going to let you keep the fleeting if you went with that roll.
Okay, and I will.
You have one more fleeting.
Pump in. Well, okay.
Well, okay.
Stop trying to
They
put
want me
pumps
to
in.
keep those
How
pumps.
dare you?
So far, it's what was it? A 16.
It was an
16 was the
unnatural
highest.
20 altogether.
You have another roll.
Oh, okay.
You don't need it, but you have it.
Oh, that's even.
People can
21.
roll again. I already said I was gonna let him keep the inspiration that he got. So then everybody just started giving him more, and I'm like, wow, you guys are wasting inspiration.
Yes. 21. Black.
Is this supply and demand wonderful, Diga?
I tried to say out loud like I was gonna let you keep the fleeting, and then just 3 more fleetings. Right?
Well, okay. So wait, I had to talk to someone real quick. So how many do I have now?
Right now,
Do I have any more?
right now you've rolled as many as you need.
Okay, cool.
So 21.
You had an unnatural 20.
I did have a 21 as well.
Yes, the unnatural 20 is all you needed.
Okay, just wanted to make sure.
As you looked like you were about to play, you see for a second out of the corner of your eye something metal comes streaking towards you. As you turn just in time to stop it from striking your bone violin.
Arthur's will fucking stand up.
Everyone notices off at the end of the table. Boop. Boop. The 2 guards, quote unquote, have stopped being guards.
Their disguise was perfect.
Whoa, there's totally different people.
As you notice, the male Sheikah has his arm outstretched, and you look over to where it's pointing, toward where that flash of metal was. In the wall, you see a fork sticking out.
Holy shit.
He was trying to attack you.
Arthur stands the fuck up.
Excuse me, Ronan.
Oh, yes.
As well as your friends here. Could you please tell the full truth as to what you were doing with a magic instrument without telling our king?
Playing a song?
He looks over toward Gallon with a bit of a smirk. You were the one who suggested it,
Yeah,
were you not?
Wait. Ronan, your instruments magic?
I mean, yeah, but it's I mean,
his instrument is considered magic because of the
it's a bone.
the case.
I mean,
he
it
has
kind
in.
of glows, so it's hard to miss. But I mean,
you need a magic instrument to use any of the magic songs.
Yeah.
But the case that he currently has treats his violin as being magic.
I was just suggesting you play one of his nice songs. They soothe the soul.
Roll me for your charm.
Aye.
You're not lying, Jake, and I understand that. Roll that smash. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah, let's bring it back.
It's like I know you're not. It's like I know you're not lying. Believe me, I know you're not lying, but it's not telling the full truth.
It's called obscuring, as they say.
It's not their fault they never heard the most famous song in the world. Oof.
Oh. Does he have any fleetings?
We have goddess points, don't we?
We do.
There's one fleeting out there.
There is one fleeting for Gallon.
I'm just saying, the goddess will let you smash.
Oh,
And
God.
somehow it was worse.
There's two fleeting for Gallon.
Okay.
Oh,
And
thank
now the infinite rolls begin. Let's go.
There are three fleeting for Gallon.
There we go.
Six.
Yeah.
Almost a 6.
Go ahead and roll one more time. That is an 18 and a 5 is the highest.
Big money. 26.
18 plus 5 plus 3. You see, as you look over toward him, you're just like, I was just... What?
Me?
You see the one that's at the end. First off, both the dogs are like, yeah, okay, that sounds reasonable.
Yeah, that's okay. That's okay.
As they just go to sit back down, this one looks to them like, "Are you fucking kidding?" And then the Melchik is just like, "Oh, I can't stay mad at you."
How can I stay mad at this face?
Oh dear God.
As he just sits down, but he's still twirling a knife in his fingers. I would like for this to be answered, please.
This one's still standing, right? As long as one's standing up, Gorthos is standing up.
She's still standing, and she kind of stopped the two fucking Donu from sitting. However, as she goes, I would like to know the answer, please. The king holds a hand up toward her. Kira, these people have returned my daughter to us. They've also sat and ate with us for quite a while. I don't believe they mean any harm. As I said, this table is full of people whom I trust. Do you wish to break that trust in front of these people we just met, those who I owe my and my daughter's life to? She sits.
We'll sit down as soon as she's all seated.
Ronan, you want to play a song for me? Is there anything else behind that?
No, I just would love to play for you. I love playing anytime I can get.
I'd like to ask Eric, are you lying? 'Cause
I mean,
sounds
he's
like
not.
it sounds like you're trying to use the Song of Healing on him.
I am, but
So
he's
that's
not lying when he says that.
that's not a full truth. Roll me for your charm.
It's not a full truth. Okay.
It's your turn to switch directions, smashing the king.
Gonna
It is
use-
live by omission.
Hey, that's pretty good.
Use another one of those.
Okay.
You're going all the way up. Okay.
You have two fleetings if you want to keep putting stuff like
Okay.
that in.
Well, I'll roll those now. Oh well, I mean, I guess.
Oh, if you want to, okay.
I-
I will remind you. I said that's pretty good when you got a 14, and
It's
you
true.
just got a 16.
It's true. You did say that.
Okay. Hey, he believes your sneaky ways with that nat 20.
Honesty can come potentially in a minute.
Listen, he's not lying. He's just not saying everything. It's entirely different.
True.
Marco's just confused and enjoying his spaghetti.
Marco's like, spaghetti.
Spaghetti.
You play the Song of Healing. Everyone seems perfectly fine to sit here and have the Song of Healing be played. For the minute that you require to play it for any sort of effects to happen, you see that everyone seated seems to enjoy themselves. They have their eyes closed, they listen to the song, and when things are completed, wonderful, Ronan. That was a fantastic song.
Thank you, Your Majesty. That's a high honor.
Don't you agree, my daughter? Yeah, it was a good song. He looks over to the two Sheikah, both of whom just again, you see they were both kind of on edge, but at least the boy one seems to place down the knife.
Galen just gonna look down the table at him and wink. It's like, see, nothing bad happened.
He just kind of gives a smile.
And Ronan will look down at them and awkwardly take a seat.
Dude, you pulled out a magic item in, like that close to the king, and they detected some sus from you and Galen. They immediately fucking activated. They're Sheikah.
They're like, fork, yoink.
I would have hated if they would have hit your fucking bone violin.
I would have hated it too.
It's your bone violin. Of course you would have hated it.
Ronan would have really hated that.
They would have been like, oh shit, let's get you this regular violin. And you're like, it's not the same. I can tell how this one works.
I didn't kill it and make it myself. It's a time-honored Zora tradition. We murder our instruments.
They seem to very much enjoy your little concert you had.
And I'm assuming no difference whatsoever.
Oh, you weren't trying to have a difference. You were just playing, right?
Fuck you. I played the Song of Healing.
I know you did.
Fuck.
I mean, do you want to ask them anything? Do you want to go into anything?
I mean, he's not gonna fucking ask questions, though. Do you feel different? Like,
Did the song make you feel different inside?
Do you feel different after I did that thing? that totally isn't supposed to change or do anything to you?
Yeah, Galen has no interest in inquiring further. He's just like, all right, they didn't break down crying in realization that everything's fucked.
Like their eyes didn't gloss over or anything, so
none of them really glossed over anything like what you saw happen in the forest. Jasna, Polo, and Marco.
Oh boy.
I'd like the three of you to roll me for your instinct.
Deco, I remember something you told us a long time ago, and I don't know if it's a good idea to do it right now, but I'm going to ask you if I can do it.
What's up?
Can I purposefully fail the roll?
Why?
I don't know. I just want to know. Is that a thing I can do? I can just be like, no, I failed the roll.
If you fail the roll, then nothing happens.
Okay. I just want to know I just want to know. Okay, I'll roll.
If you're trying to roll it to like activate your demonic presence or something, that's not how it's gonna work.
I don't know. I just wanted to ask because I thought about it earlier.
No, you can. If you choose to fail the roll, that just means you failed the roll. Like you didn't see anything.
Alrighty.
But yeah, you can choose to fail it. Like you can just be like, nah, I wasn't paying attention or whatever.
Damn.
7 for the first one, and then my fleeting. Nat 20.
8.
Yo!
And Emerald.
Aw. That's a +1 for
Polo.
obvious pump.
Polo, you're the one. You are the one of you that are closest to the person, as well as you understand what Galen's song does. Noting what happened with you and Jasna, especially Jasna, whenever it first happened. Huh? Ronan's song. My bad. Yeah. As you look around, expecting anything, you do notice that the Sheikah over here, Kira, not the other one. Kira, she seems to be somewhat hesitant with her food for a moment, as if she is slightly surprised by something. However, she does go and continue to eat eventually, but you did notice a relative pause. I will let you guys know, in order to see something from like these trained Sheikah of anything that would have changed with them, you would have needed a very high roll, and a 20 is a very high roll.
20 is very high.
But yes, you do notice the slight difference that she does put off from her before the song to after the song.
There's that thing of just like Polo was gonna say it anyway, and it's just like
I like when Ronan plays songs. They make me feel good.
Okay.
Aw.
Like scratch cheek.
Is there anything else you guys would like to bring up to the king while you guys are having your dinner with him? I love how the fork is here now.
You're welcome. I tried very hard.
This is like on the wall.
Yeah, he's just like just kind of his eyes like go to that every now and then, like, okay. But yeah, Ronan doesn't have anything else.
One thing on my mind, Your Majesty.
There we go. I put a wall there.
Yeah.
Sick.
He looks over. Yes, Galen?
Relating to your lovely daughter, when we first found her, she seems to have come to her senses now, of course, but she seemed to be claiming she was the hero.
Oh, yes, I suppose you must have. He looks over toward Jason with a almost pitying smile toward her. You have come to your senses then, since then? Yeah, of course. Yeah, Yep. Yes, I have. 100.
Oh, you don't throw a fucking fork at her, I see.
Well, like they would. I'm gonna roll for King A Magnus Hyrule.
Roll for sus.
It's a pretty big sus, but it's not big enough sus. My daughter, as of late, I believe at first I believed that she was covering for them, but after a couple of days and eventually a week of it, it was starting to worry me as well. I believe that when the hero had left, it had affected my daughter. The one we had chosen to be her chosen knight. The one that was supposed to protect her. The traitor left her and fled the castle. And I believe that my daughter at the time blamed herself, and as such, I believe that she was making excuses for him.
Him?
Not him, bleh, for her. I'm so used to it being Link, man.
It's all different now.
I'm so used to it being Link.
What was the hero's name?
I believe her name was Jason. Whenever we had brought her, she was apparently a very gifted swordsman who, like all of you, came from the forest with a legendary blade with them as well. They were shown themselves to be a rather capable fighter, and at the time, there were things going down over at the dam, and I thought that was a perfect excuse to send someone to retrieve some sort of information. But we were unable to get anything. Other than, of course, the hero. When they came here, sporting their sword, they seemed very adamant about completing their task and protecting her. They were to be someone that followed her around, that shown themselves to be a source of strength, whereas her other guardians, motions to the Sheikah, were supposed to watch her from the shadows. Between the three of them, they were to be able to keep her safe no matter what would happen to her, as she was going into becoming a public figure. In 1 month's time, she is to be unveiled to the rest of the kingdom, as she will be of age to make her own decisions and do what she wishes. But that hero... betrayed the trust that I had given her.
Now, I obviously don't know them, Your Majesty, but it's just a passing curiosity of mine of my own home is having its swath of troubles. Meeting Ronan, we've heard his home and the dam have their troubles. When we were in the forest, we found troubles. I'm slightly curious if their vanishing wasn't an accident.
Vanishing?
Or desertion.
Vanishing?
Oh.
Did anybody see them leave? It seems
They did not
so...
vanish, Galen. There was no magic involved from what I could see. Witnesses saw them fleeing to the north of the castle. What?
Witnesses.
Witnesses saw them fleeing to the north. In fact, they had tried to stop them. In the skirmish, the hero lost their blade. What?
So they were running back to the Lost Woods?
I don't know where they were heading. They were heading off to the north of the castle. I expect they were trying to leave through a less populated place than the town. Who is to say what they would have done after? But I saw them vanish, though. They disappeared. I mean... I didn't wish to tell you because you're... Unfortunately, it didn't seem like you were ready to hear the news, Jason. No, not Jason. God damn it! You weren't ready to hear the news, Matilda. But your hero abandoned you, ran off to the north, and fought with some of our guards, and even a civilian, in order to get away.
Who
Civilian?
the ones that he dealt with? Are they?
I don't know them personally myself, although they do have a invitation to come and see the princess at their coronation, not coronation, at their reveal next month for their celebration. I believe it is a local lord of some sorts, a landlord of sorts. He owns quite a lot of business in the city. I don't remember his name, however.
That one.
I think we've heard of him.
Heard of them.
He's like flicking his finger like, I don't remember his name. Either way, it was apparent that the knights that had been with him had failed to stop the hero, but the hero, not realizing that the one in particular that I speak of was a bit of a adventurer in their youth, had snuck in with a blow and knocked the blade from their hands.
Do you have it?
We do. It was able to be retrieved for us, and a handsome reward was paid to the civilian in general, as well as the invitation to see the celebration later.
A handsome reward.
I'm sorry for my assumption. Obviously not from around here. A lot of strange things have happened in my recent history.
You see Jason is just like kind of like vibrating almost in the seat, like trying to be like, that's all bullshit!
Just like,
That's bullshit, I'm right here.
That's bullshit, I'm right here, but also, I saw the princess disappear. There's no fucking way someone fought her in the north!
you just hear her vibrate like,
I have a question actually. Because we're kind of traveling around, I don't think we would be lucky or unlucky in the circumstance. But if we were to run into the
air quotes
hero, what should we look out for in terms of appearance?
I believe that the hero in turn would be quite easy for you to find. She actually resembles my daughter here quite a bit. I had actually thought about it first using them as a body double, We aren't that similar. Jason says, just like puffing her cheeks out, like, we're not that similar.
No.
You can puff your cheeks all you want. You're fucking wrong.
We got fucking
identical
parent trap
twins.
happening over here.
This is just like Freaky Friday, but
Yeah.
If you do run into the hero, I would love to see her return to the castle town to face judgment.
Oh, if we do, we will do our best.
Definitely.
Obviously, we do not wish to harm the hero for their negligence, but desertion after accepting one's vows is a crime against not only the city, not only my daughter, but as me, the king.
Just break their ankles.
She looks over at you like, no, not my ankles.
For my ankles.
Be an effective way to transport someone without them escaping.
You just see her look over at fucking Brute like, I don't even fucking know you.
who are you?
Oh yeah.
Oh, it doesn't. Oh, she does.
Yeah, she doesn't know.
This is funny to me. I was hoping these would be circumstances that would happen. We got more of these.
Oh, actually, there's one last thing, Your Majesty.
There are many ones here.
What is there? I'm
My-
sorry that the talk has been soured. I didn't mean to.
My people's leader has, how do I put this politely, misplaced their crown?
What? You actually see him look over like he actually is surprised at this. A crown is very important to the people of the Sands, as well as those of us who call ourselves leaders.
Yes, in my travels, I'm hoping to find it. If, given your reaction, I doubt you have much word of it.
The crowns of the people who consider themselves inside of Hyrule, the chieftains, the kings, as well as the other leaders that find themselves giving fealty to me. They are very important to me as the leader of them all. The Gerudo chieftain's been stolen from. That is rough news indeed. Galen, you find him to take this a lot more serious than some of the other news he was given.
Yep.
That is dire news indeed. To steal from the Gerudo. That is a death sentence in the making. They weren't able to find hide or hair of them.
No. And her mood's been quite sour because of it.
I would expect. I would think my own mood would be quite sour missing my crown. Perhaps I should send envoy to perhaps send a replacement, or maybe even just to give my condolences. It's been a long time since I left the castle. Perhaps I should go myself.
I would not consider that the most advisable thing right now. While there are exceptions for people like myself, the city has been
Right. It is
locked down.
unacceptable for men to find their ways into the Gerudo city, I remember.
And more than that, oddly enough, the temple guards have been at the gates.
Increased security would probably be understandable with some sort of a theft about. Perhaps this could be a... He looks over toward Jason. Perhaps this is a good opportunity. She like halfway has her pizza in her mouth. Because apparently she has that.
Just the cheese starts sliding off.
It's a new Hylian creation.
They have pizza. Let's just leave it at that.
Yeah.
The Hylians are the Italians
Hey,
of
pizza
the
has
Zelda
existed
universe.
in history for a very long time.
Exactly. It's fine.
Yeah.
This is Hylian pizza, just like we have Hylian spaghetti.
It's Hylian pizza cooked by a cook that isn't a Hylian that we'll find later.
It's not as good as the Sheikah pizza though.
Pizza is still as old as time, as long as
The
all this rock
shiksa?
and the princess.
Yeah, exactly.
The Sheikah pizza is just a watermelon.
This is a good
Yo, do they definitely have pineapple on their pizza?
Perhaps this is a good opportunity after all. The two male Gerudo are coming here for the celebration later in the month. You are already here, Galen, but perhaps it would be a good idea for, he motions to them, to Jason, my princess, to make her way and show herself in front of the different chieftains that have given fealty to her.
That is quite the idea. Looking at her at this
It would.
It also would hopefully fix that bit of a rebellious streak that I saw in you before, wanting to leave here as you did. I was just confused.
Ghosts or something.
Ghosts or something.
Hmm.
Like Ronan said.
Bitch, I didn't say that shit.
Just so I'm clear, is he insinuating that she go out and go on a world tour?
So
Correct.
guys, I
Yeah.
never was gonna have you use the aqueducts for this.
Man, fantastic. Now all of those princess heist ideas can get put in the box. Congratulations.
Congratulations.
No, worry about war.
We can buy the house.
Listen, no, hold on, Jake, hold on. We can't put them in the box yet because there's plenty of princesses of other cultures we can kidnap.
So, my king, I need
Okay,
your
hold
help
on.
to convince my friends to get property in your city.
But no,
Thanks,
let's go
Jake.
back. Let's go back to the first conversation. The princess here would be able to make her way into the walls, and at that point, we could give some sort of a condolence to the Gerudo chieftain, give them an understanding that we of the castle find her predicament to be most unfortunate. Do you think that she would enjoy something like that, Galen? We could give her jewels or gold, or what would you think that she would like?
Another 10,000 rupees, please.
Yeah, your immediate thought is a husband.
Yeah, no. She has been looking for a suitable partner.
A partner. Ah. I suppose there is a lack of male activity in the deserts with the Gerudo. Perhaps we could send someone. I could send suitors. I could get suitors together and send them. What about that? What about that Horatio fellow you mentioned to me earlier today?
Hook him up.
That would be a worthwhile generous, I believe, a generous reward for what he had done for us, don't you think? And I could gather others as well.
To get his pelvis broken every night.
If, I could make a suggestion. She has been quite, how do I put this, picky, and some of the potentials I saw were not lacking for bruises. Maybe a competition of some sort.
A competition. Perhaps it would take a while to get something like that ready, but maybe a tournament of sorts.
But speaking from my own experiences of traveling for your daughter, it did wonders for me and gave me a healthy appreciation of home. And I would not mind if a certain company came alongside eyeing down the table.
You like side eye down toward him. He has like a fork and knife, and he's cutting like a piece of banana.
What a fucking savage!
Unbridled sophistication of swoon.
Damn, not even a sexy banana eating from him. So sad.
Have some class.
If the princess is to go anywhere, of course we are to follow. I would need to. He thinks for a moment. If we are to send word to the Gerudo chieftain after a tournament was supposed to be made for someone to potentially attempt to make themselves worthy for her. It would take several months for me to get something like that started. Perhaps meeting with some of the other leaders of this place would be well enough first, especially since maybe going over toward the Gerudo chieftain now in this time of turmoil from her would be a hard first sell for Matilda to go to. He looks over toward Ronan. Perhaps she could go and meet with the Zora Queen of the Rivers.
Oh,
That is where you were planning to head next, is it not?
I was. I didn't have much intention of speaking to the Queen, but
I know that this may, it probably wouldn't involve you at all. I understand that, but to be fair, I don't have a guardian for my princess anymore. And like I have mentioned before, especially of seeing the amount of competent company you keep, he motions over toward Brute. If there would be anyone that I would trust, I would trust my daughter's safety to, it would of course be her Sheikah guardians. But if there would be anyone I would trust to keep her from any sort of danger whatsoever, it would be a Donu of great renown. Having that armor on, Brute, it'll put a bit of a target on you from others looking at you. They'll see you as a great individual. I do not know how competent you feel with a blade, but just the armor alone will be enough to deter anyone usually from attacking.
Let them come and try.
Then, if you would all not mind, I'm sure that you understand how much of a endeavor this could be, but would you accompany my daughter to the river Zora Queen? Perhaps if you intend to go to Death Mountain, you would leave her behind. But if you find a safe way, perhaps you can even meet with the chieftain of the Goron. The last time I saw him, he did say that he made a pact with me and called me his brother. So perhaps meeting my daughter would be something within his wants.
Gallon just nodding his head like, yes, a brother. High praise indeed.
At which point, after you have met these people, perhaps we can figure out some way to meet with some of the others, or even at that point, head straight out toward the deserts and meet with the Gerudo chieftain.
Looks to Gallon and the others.
I don't see a problem with it. I do have my own personal investment of introducing myself to the people I will be amazing in the future.
That's fair. I have no problem having her accompany us to River Zora Domain.
This would mean that you'll be going the long way. I hope you understand. Going up through Kakariko would get you to Death Mountain quicker, of course, but heading off toward the River Zora Domain would be a lot. It would take
Safer?
It would take a bit longer
Oh.
to get to Death Mountain.
Oh.
Unless you had some friends who had some sort of secret ways throughout the... I'm kidding.
You might know.
You ain't no shit.
I don't think we should mention them at all.
Definitely not.
Bad idea. Why would
That is a
anyone
horrible idea.
Don't say a fucking word. I will kill you.
We're best friends with a group of bandits.
They're cool. We swear.
I mean, they were.
They were pretty cool.
In lack of her personal guard, would your group be willing to, stand as her guardians until she returns to the castle?
Looks to everyone.
I don't see why not. That sounds like a great adventure to me.
Then yes.
Then it will be known. Once we have the celebration in a month's time, I will be sure to let everyone know that her champions have been chosen, and all 7 of you will be knighted that day.
One of us each for a sin.
Okay.
Knighted. It would.
It's mostly just a formality. Knighted as in you will be chosen as her champions.
Right, gotcha.
And all 7 of you will be given that title.
To be crowned champion of Hyrule.
Sounds great, he says.
Yeah.
Finishing off his fucking spaghetti.
You're eating that spaghetti really fucking slowly, Mark.
He's enjoying it.
Oh, I barely touched my McDonald's.
Barely
How rude of
my
me.
McDonald's.
Marco's totally unconcerned and actually excited about all this.
Yeah.
I'm glad you're unconcerned, because man, it's going to be hard to get both Gorthos and Brute chosen as a champion in front of people at the same time.
It'll be fine.
Have you ever read the old...
Marco's not thinking about that.
Have you ever read an ancient text known as Weekend at Bernie?
Yeah, we can just Weekend at Bernie's him, and it's fine.
I mean, we also have another Kakiri that we can ask a favor of.
I thought Myra was her own problem.
You just fucking put the mask at Myro to shove it in her face. Just like, where are the clothes, Myro? They're
Myro,
on
we
a
need a-
skeleton!
Myro, do
Myro,
us a solid.
we're
Shut
gonna
up.
need a huge favor from you right now.
She's like, they're on a skeleton. Where are the clothes, Myro? Ah!
Well, his hygiene is impeccable. He'll have
Yes,
to
it was on a skeleton. It was sanitary.
We will break your ankles.
Oh, there's meat hanging
Please
off
stop
of it.
breaking people's ankles. I'm like,
All the ankles shall be broken.
You guys fucking figured out the answer to that problem fucking quick. Anyway,
Well, no shit, we're not that stupid.
I'm kidding.
You can say me, it's fine.
Sometimes I can swing and I can miss,
You
all
can
right?
say me,
Leave me
it's
alone.
fine.
Oh, sometimes we're fucking dumb.
yeah, sometimes we swing, sometimes we miss.
Sometimes our brain
You
cells
guys are
running.
great. You guys are great.
We have one
Anyway.
collective brain cell, and we can only hold it
Sometimes
one
it
at a
works.
time.
Sometimes it fires off. We have one collective brain cell, and sometimes it fucking
Listen.
works. All right.
Listen, neurons aren't that reliable. It's a scientific fact.
But sometimes you're Marco and you make bad choices because you think things wrong.
Hey, it's
Buying a house.
Hey, we can buy one now. You know what? I'm doing this. So,
But yeah,
Shut up.
literally, I'm gonna say this because like it's happened to you guys twice now, and I want to make sure that like I give you guys the information. I want to give you guys information on the cities the first time you go through them, potentially because a later time you go through them, they may be useful for you to remember if you want to write down the whole aqueducts thing.
Yeah.
I see.
It's burned into my brain at this point.
Because
It's
that's
actual
also
tool.
why when you guys went to certain places in the forest, I was making sure you guys remembered. Like, by the way, maybe remember this place. Maybe remember this sort of like back and forth thing that Myro says walking through the forest, or maybe remember about this one thing you guys saw.
Yeah, that's way too much brain power for me to hold
Yeah,
together.
Definitely.
It's
Yeah, I
all
don't expect you guys
statements.
to remember everything. I will.
Mhm.
Here's the big thing. I want you guys to understand. I don't expect you guys to remember everything. I will reward you if you remember things.
Dico,
Yes.
what's an aqueduct?
What is an aqueduct?
It's a miserable pile of secrets and wet rock.
Isn't it essentially a sewage system before modern sewage systems?
No, absolutely not.
I'm gonna look that up because I think that's what they were.
There was a way of transporting water across the cities.
I'm glad We don't have to commit a war crime.
Yet.
So, my friends, my king, I know this might be totally not on the level of the important things we've already discussed, but I think it's still equally important that we hammer it out. But I've been trying to convince them that we should try and find some property to purchase around here, but they seem to be very adamant against it.
I thought it was a good idea.
You are really set on buying that property, aren't you?
Why would you need property? Are you having troubles with the inn?
No, I mean it's in
the last time you were here. You said you gave it quite high reviews.
It is very nice.
I think Marco is more along the intention of if we ever stay for a more extended period of time, it would end up being a better investment if we just had our own place that we could come back to.
Especially if we are going
to. He looks over to you. Perhaps it is time for dessert, but perhaps you should also take up your grievances with the inn with our cook.
Oh, yeah.
He motions.
Marco.
He motions
we don't have
to
grievances.
He motions to the door behind. As he does, you see that the other Sheikah, the boy Sheikah, seems to stand up and go over toward the doors. Within a second, he comes out, and following him, you guys see.
It's the lady.
Lady.
Callan's just glaring at Marco
now. as a lady comes out, seemingly pushing a tray of sweets in front of her, she stops, looks over toward Gallon. Brother! she stops pushing and rushes herself over to you, Gallon. You see her take you into a big hug. You recognize this sister, Gallon.
Straight out of the chair I go.
This is the housewife of the innkeeper.
Yeah. Glaring at Marco past her head. While hugging her.
Just daggers.
Meanwhile, Polo just kind of has like 2 fucking plates of everything, one plate full of everything.
Well, right now the tray was left behind, and you see that the male Sheikah there is just looking it over and seems to pick some sort of pastry off of it, put it inside of his bag, and then pick another one up and walk over to
It's the one with the strawberry on it. No, I was just pointing out, like, Polo has 2 dinner plates. I gave her another one because she needs everything.
This whole time, she has not stopped.
She just has some of everything on there.
She just doesn't have much fruit because she didn't want to bother going back there and fighting her for it.
This is a war zone.
I got a blueberry that rolled off over here.
Brother, I had no idea you would be here. Is there anything that you want? I can make something special for you.
Oh no, I would love to just... I'm sure you've already made something I love.
I put as much effort as I would put in for a king, but you know, brother, I would put in even more effort for you.
He just smiled at like, yes. Here it is, my
I'm right here. I'm listening to everything you were saying. I'm kidding. Hold on, I'll go and get something. Turns.
Like,
her mood seems to have been elevated by the presence of her brother.
She goes to like grab one of like the fruit cakes, then just leaps over. She stabs them.
She takes the cart that she has and she begins to wheel it toward the table, but instead of handing anything out, she wheels the cart over toward Gallon.
Here, king.
From the trolley, dear.
As Gallon, you see quite the number of cakes and pastries on this little cart.
Cake and another
cakes
cake.
And cookies and pastries alike.
And a third cake and oh, is this wild berry pudding? It better be.
It's nothing less. And I was able to import some hydromelon for it.
As Gallon is surrounded by sweets now.
Gallon is like mine now.
That's the thing. looks at it
As
from over her
Gallon,
chair.
as Gallon gets everything he wants, and you start like kind of moseying over toward her, she pushes it forward. As she goes around, she stops it here. She of course stops first at the king and makes sure to put the things that she knows that that he would like down in front of him. She then wheels it back toward Ronan. I should probably start here in case I need to make something new, huh?
He'll take the biggest thing available.
You pick up a pie.
An apple pie, McDonald's apple pie.
An entire pie. But no, I was gonna say, Gallon's gonna like pass the hydromelon to Polo, like, you've got to try this.
What is it?
It's from my home.
Okay, what is it?
It's called hydromelon. It's so watery and delicious, you'll love it.
Oh, okay.
Grabs a fork.
As she has given you your pie, and she is putting down a thing of drink beside you as well. Ronan, don't worry about it. Anyway, she then wheels the stuff over toward the princess. Allows the princess, I'm air quoting as hard as I can every time, to get something off of the cart as well. Once she picks something up, she also puts down 2 more things just because the princess had like 1 piece of pizza for dinner. She puts down more sweets and then makes a shushing motion. She then makes her way over toward Brute.
Like,
oh my!
I just put up a hand, like, nah, full.
I'm full.
She looks at you. Well, that won't do. She then takes one of the pastries off from where she has and places it in front of you on your bone.
You're just looking at it.
She looks to you. Zap fruit Danish. Gerudo specialty.
Zap fruit.
She then goes forward. She goes over toward Jasna. Jasna, do you want anything? You want any sweets?
Scan.
She knows that she was making stuff for Sheikah, so you can tell that several things here are made of fruit, including, like she just said, the Zap fruit Danish. There are some apple dishes, but you have enough apples, right? You can never have enough apples.
There's some mini strawberry shortcakes, but some are missing the strawberry.
There is some hydromelon chunks available here that she had given to Gallon.
It seems I'm going to die here. Just grab something.
You just like grab.
Just like
things.
blindly grab.
She looks to you again, noting your hair and noting you. She gives a smirk and places down 3 other different things on there that has fruit in them. As she motions forward, does the exact same thing here. She then goes over toward the other Sheikah. She seems to skip over Blaze. But Blaze doesn't seem to be too like startled by it. Goes over toward Marco, skipping over Shock. Do you want anything, Marco?
Yeah, he'll take I don't know, maybe like a nice custard or something.
Yeah,
or Danish.
Here you go. You get something good. She
Hell
then goes over to
delicious.
Polo. Anything?
I don't know a lot about sweets. I just know that dessert's supposed to be sweet.
Well, then here you go. She puts down a couple of things in front of you. She puts down one of the Zap fruit Danish. She puts down one of the hydromelon chunks, and she puts down potentially some sort of cake that seems to have wild berries in it.
Oh.
They're
really pretty.
She then just kind of smiles at you, makes her way away, and then she just sort of goes here. You see that the male Sheikah just picks up his dish and walks away. As she leaves the rest here, steps away from it, and Shock and Blaze immediately go for everything left. You see, just like walking around, just like goes over him toward the 3 of you just standing behind you, eating his plate.
Brothers will eat the Zap fruit.
You lift up your thing. You like dump the zap fruit Danish into your mouth. Most of the things that she has here are pretty fucking good, boys.
Hell yeah.
She is a craftsman, and she is a craftsman cook. Not only is she a craftsman cook, but she is a specialty craftsman cook.
Specialty.
Kind of like how Argo was a specialist witch. She is a specialist cook.
She also an oracle?
She is not an oracle, no.
Then how special could it be?
These sweets can see through time.
God.
There's so much caffeine in this thing. I can see the future.
As you guys finish with each of the things in front of you, you're about to find out what she specializes in.
Oh boy.
Each of
Imagine
you.
Ronan like opening his head like one of the fucking Canadians from South Park and just dumping the food in and then closing it.
Each of you are going to be given 2 extra stamina tokens.
Holy shit.
Whoa!
They are
Holy
temporary.
shit.
They are temporary. However, as you eat them, not that any of you were suffering from it at all, you guys also feel any sort of exhaustion wash away from you. She specializes in revitalizing foods.
Holy fuck.
That's cool as fuck.
Exhaustion snacks.
Not only exhaustion, but it also fucking peps you up.
Good family, best family.
What this feels like you could probably break a fucking building in half now. Great.
You guys do feel like these will eventually fade from you. However, because she is a professional cook and not any sort of novice or anything, these will last for around a week.
Oh snap!
Goddamn.
Nice.
As that happens, the king motions over toward her as she's about to leave. He's like, "Oh, hold on one moment. I believe that you had a question for her, did you not, Polo?"
Yes. Miss
Corazon. You can call me Ra. You can call me Ra.
Ra.
Hmm.
I'm a novice cook, and I want to get better so that I can help everybody while we're traveling. And I was wondering.
You're going to have to speak up. I can't hear you all the way up here, especially with you stuttering everywhere. She puts a hand down and like just sort of rested on one of your horns. I saw what you did the other day, by the way. Well, I suppose I didn't see it, but I did have to hear a lot from. I did have to hear it a lot of it from my husband.
Oh.
It looks like you get nervous.
I am sorry that I wasted the food. I didn't know you were the royal cook, though. Now that I see and ate everything, I understand. I want to know if you'll teach me.
Looks down at you. No! Throws you out the window.
He throws you with the strings of Zeus.
I was actually expecting Jake to fucking overreact a lot more whenever I said what her name was, because she's Corazon.
Listen. Fuck up.
Jake's brain is crickets.
It didn't happen, so I'm disappointed. But yeah. I'm playing. You want to learn how to cook?
Yes, please.
I'm not sure that would be wise of me. If I were to teach you how to cook my recipes, then you would cook the things I would cook for my brother. And I think that only I should make those things for my brother. Don't you think, brother?
Well, as much as I appreciate it, I won't always be here.
What'd you say, Squeaky?
She said no. She actually wanted to interrupt and say no.
All right then.
Hmm?
Because he said he likes my cooking.
Oh.
They all said they like my cooking, and no
Then
one's
why
ever.
is it you need me?
Because I don't want to mess up anymore. And I want everyone to like it.
So just general cooking practice then?
I want to make everyone feel good when they eat my food. Like when Ronan makes everyone feel good with his songs. I want to be really, really good.
The king did tell me that I should listen to you. And I guess you did help our dear Matilda. No.
No?
Not until you're done. You still have to cook 2 times at my husband's inn, don't you? And the last time you didn't have the best of times. But if the remaining 2 performances I see are worthwhile, I maybe could understand that you have some sort of talent for this. Don't waste the chance I give you, and then I'll teach you everything I can teach you. At least how to minimize your mistakes. And maybe I'll even teach you one of my recipes.
That would be an honor, ma'am.
She leans
little
down.
head bow.
She leans down to you as you bow. She just sort of waits for you to get back up. But don't mess up again. If you're going to practice, maybe practice with your own food, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm looking forward to it. Brother! Are you enjoying your food, brother?
She just kind of falls back into her seat and just looks down, just like Lisa Simpson, just like.
As you fall back into your seat, you just feel like a pat on your shoulder.
No.
There's this little blob, teary eyes, just like.
You just look up to see a guy eating an apple turnover in his hand. He's just patting you with his other hand.
You did great, Polo.
Thank you. Oh.
Later we can help you practice, all right?
Polo, we can practice later.
This is the story of how Polo died.
As you guys finish dinner, Ra has joined you guys to eat, basically just standing beside Gallon the entire time. As Gallon, her being there with you, obviously she's your sister and she wants to be with you, right? But unfortunately, that means you didn't have a lot of time with the Sheikah boy that day. Oh, brother, where are you going? You have to try this.
For patting
brother, where are you
her
going?
on the
You have to try this. I put zap fruit in it.
for patting her on the shoulder, Polo's gonna give him the rest of her hydromelon that Gallon gave her.
He takes it. You just see him take it, pull his mask back for a bit, push it down in, put the mask back forward.
Fucking Sheikah magic.
You guys get through the rest of the dinner. As you do, eventually, Shock and Blaze seem to go through and start collecting some of your guys' plates. Ra does the same, as well as the 2 Sheikah begin to try as well. As each of them follow Ra into the kitchen area in the back, the king looks off to each of you after patting his stomach for a bit. Oh, we haven't had time for a feast in some while. I believe that I might have eaten a bit too much.
It was good, yeah. She knows her stuff.
I'm sure that if you do learn from her, she is one of the best in Hyrule. I will tell you that, Polo. I wouldn't take her aggression as too much telling of her. She is a very sweet woman. He motions to each of you. Of course, you are all willing to come here to the castle anytime you wish. If you are looking for, as Marco said earlier, residence here, it would be very pleasing to know whenever you obtain it. I could send a housewarming gift over.
Hopefully we can. We still gotta convince the others.
And your friend, he looks over toward Ronan. You had mentioned a friend of yours that may want to work here?
Right, yeah. I haven't got the chance to talk to her about it just yet, but
if you wish to bring her by at some point in the coming days, I would be more than willing to speak with her.
That is good to know. We'll definitely do that. If she says yes.
With all that being said, I think I will retire for the night. He looks over toward Matilda, as he does. I suppose you'll stay here and accompany our guests outside when they choose to leave. Of course, Father. He gives a smile and goes over to her. As he does, you see him sort of lean down and give her a hug. As he turns and goes to leave. It was wonderful having you all here.
Thank you for inviting us.
Yes, please enjoy the rest of your night.
He makes his way over to
do this again.
He makes his way over toward the door. He gives a knock on the door. Upon doing so, a guard makes his way in. A guard that seems to look very much more regal, and his the armor and sword that he carries seems to have more of a punch than those normal ones you've seen before. As this guard seems to stand with him, and the two of them make their way out. Ronan, you recognize the attire, as does Marco.
Oh, it's not her. Okay.
As soon as that door shuts,
the door does shut.
If we're in this room, they're all gone. So yeah, Gorth just flips the visor up.
You did
What's
a good
going on,
job,
brother?
with
Oh God, it's a skeleton! I'm kidding.
Oh God, call the guard.
He just leans on the table one of the most trying times for Gorthos.
Yeah.
Everyone knows
you did a
everyone
good
knows
job.
a skeleton eating with us.
Hello, Jason.
This is Gorthos.
Right. I was wondering why the voice was familiar.
You could hear it before too.
Well, after a while I did. I was wondering. I suppose I just didn't expect to hear that voice from such a large figure after hearing it from such a small one.
Gorthos has that effect on people.
At
least those who know.
It seems as if the king... It seems as if... the king... It's hard. It seems as if he is willing to allow me passage out once I come of age.
It sounds like it, yeah.
It would be prudent to try and get him to allow you to take the Master Sword with you. As a symbol of sorts. Yeah.
Speaking of which, I think I found my workshop.
Oh.
Yeah?
You did?
Well, I was looking around everywhere for it, and then I realized all I had to do was go to the walls. I made my way to the walls, and I was able to see the building that was off to the west.
Gorth will just close his visor again and that's over, just in case. It is good you finally found the workshop. Is there still evidence of the princess disappearing?
I wasn't able to make my way there. Once they saw that I was on the walls, they thought I was escaping again.
Oh.
Were you able to clear up that confusion at least?
I believe if I wasn't, they might not have let me here tonight.
Do you think that you'd be able to? That they would let you take us there, or?
Perhaps.
They said they weren't gonna do that until you figured it out for yourself, but it seems like you have. So.
I mean, I haven't found a footpath there, or the stairs there, or a way to get there out from the walls. But I saw a bunch of rocks piled up just outside. Perhaps if we climbed those, or climbed down from the walls.
It is a possible approach.
One of them may be connected to one of the guard towers.
I feel like that wouldn't be. You can't just waltz in there, I don't think.
The building she is speaking of, by the way.
Yeah, I figured.
Where?
Right here.
Oh,
yeah. Yeah. Well, at the very least, from what we just discussed, it wouldn't be out of the place for us to come visit you from time to time if we're going to be traveling together.
There is one more thing. I began reading some of my diary.
Yeah.
She, like, again, when it says my, just like, my, the one that belongs to me. I'm kidding.
Yeah, we'll say that.
You only need to keep this up for just a few more weeks. You can do it. Gorthos believes in you.
I believe that the princess, I believe she might have been studying witchcraft.
If she was magically inclined.
I know that it should be obvious, as there was the things that she had made, but it seems as if she speaks of, well, rituals and other things inside of the books inside of the diary I was reading. She speaks of them as if she already knows what they are, so there is no ingredients or anything like that, but if she has a workshop, then perhaps her findings are there. Maybe more books that are on the subject.
Possibly, yeah.
That would be a place to keep them.
When how long did you know her before this happened?
Only a few weeks, to be fair. I've been in Castletown a couple of months, but I was not able to meet the princess for a few weeks, and I was tested first. Once they saw what my blade could do, it was mostly a formality.
You have... The blade has... What can you do with it?
It is the blade that banishes the darkness. In the mornings, especially, whenever I was to use it, I could send out streaks of light.
Whoa!
Gorthos wishes to see this in practice. We would need to get the sword.
Whenever I was in the woods, well, from what I was told there, it only works whenever I am healthy.
Funny. It's funny. Funny reference.
But the tree said no more other than that.
Excuse Gorthos. The tree.
The tree that was outside of the shrine to the sword said nothing else other than that.
There was a talking tree at the shrine?
Where was this shrine?
Oh, it was inside of the woods.
The Lost Woods?
I mean, I was pretty lost there, so probably.
A talking tree, and there was nothing like that when we were there. There was a dead tree.
There was a husk of one.
When did you find this?
Well, it's a magical woods. I'm sure there's plenty of talking trees.
I mean,
we would have
I guess.
We should remember to ask about this next we visit the Lost Woods.
That is not a bad idea.
Surely Argo must know something about this.
I'm sorry that I don't know much. I mean...
You needn't apologize.
Ever since returning from the woods, everything has been strange, to be fair.
I get that.
Whenever I went back to my town, things were different. And it was not long before, well, I was taken here to Castletown, but...
Different how?
Yes, that is an interesting word choice.
Well, there were a lot more people there. And whenever I was looking around, I was unable to show my father the new blade. I couldn't find him anywhere.
Remind us what town you're from again?
The one over near that bridge.
Right, the one we were just talking about.
There was a lot of people there, a lot more than I remembered.
Did the town's layout change at all? Buildings that weren't there last you remember. Buildings that are taller than you would remember.
The town, not really, aside from there was more buildings, but I suppose I was just lost in the woods for quite some time.
How many more?
The most pressing thing that had changed was the dam, I suppose.
How so?
It looked stronger than I remembered.
How long has the dam been there?
The dam's been there for quite a long time.
Okay. It's only the last few months that people have been making a fuss about it.
What? How?
To be fair, again, I was only there for another week or so after I had pulled the sword, but...
You couldn't find your father. Did you not have, you couldn't find your home?
My father and I aren't really, we don't really stay in one place, to be fair. We're, well, travelers. As the king spoke before, troubadours. I suppose that he might have gone off to look for me.
Makes
How
sense.
would you?
I should have never followed the ferry.
Fairy?
Your fairy?
The one that I showed you before.
Yes, your purple one.
Where is that fairy, by the way?
I've kept it in the princess's room for now.
Okay. Has it woken up?
She shakes her head.
This fairy could be key to understanding many of these conundrums.
I followed the fairy into the woods. And other than that, that's all I was lost there for a while. And then I found the sword and I found the tree. Whenever I pulled the sword away, it showed me a way out. The sword banished the darkness.
It's the sword of the chosen hero. It should do that.
Well, if there's any way we could convince him to let us take that with us, that'd probably be the best way to go.
What better symbol to show that the hero would be unworthy than to have the princess take up the sword herself?
I suppose. Or any one of us, then we could just give it to her after we're done. But
do not tempt Gorthos by holding that with the idea of holding the Master Sword.
You'd probably be the most fitting to do that, I'm going to be honest.
Gorthos could never pull it out. But
I would advise against it. Apparently it does harm those, similar to you, Gorthos.
The goddess's light does not harm
Oh, that's wonderful. Well, maybe you could potentially hold it.
Well, yeah, he's got like his bodies are like heroes or something, isn't that right, Gorthos?
Gorthos can inhabit the bodies of great heroes, and only great heroes.
Is the body you have now that of a great hero?
It is of Domu. The Domu.
Donu.
Hmm.
That name's
The
familiar.
Kokiri. It is the whole reason the Donu tribe exists.
Oh, yes, I think I remember hearing something about that.
His body was entombed in the temple. It was all we could recover.
Mm.
The others fell.
So you are some sort of being who can inhabit those bodies, then?
Gorthos is Gorthos. That is all he really knows.
As long as the goddess's light doesn't harm you, then I suppose that means you can't be a terrible person.
Gorthos hopes not. For this is the Lord of the Four Riders. The greatest band of heroes to ever stride Hyrule.
The Four Riders? She looks to you. I've heard of them.
Finally, someone. None of these ones have.
I mean, to be fair, I think it's probably good that no one that we talk to really knows that story.
I thought everyone heard of the Four Riders.
Finally. Yes,
No.
I'd heard of Gora, but yeah, I didn't really know much about the other ones.
Gora? Which one was that one?
That was the Zora one.
Oh, of course, yes. The one who was said to blot out the sun, correct?
He was so large, his fins would allow him to glide across the air.
That would be a wonderful sight.
I really want to see that. That sounds cool.
How does that work?
And then there was, the Nameless?
The Forgotten one.
The Forgotten. Sorry.
Forgotten all but by Gorthos.
She starts like thinking as trying to put them together in her head.
Gorthos pulls his visor back up. People can see he's like giddy, like, hey, a fan.
Like, after 10,000 years. What was the name of that one you heard recently?
Ivory.
Yeah, that one.
The one that threw Gallon into a wall. Gorthos still apologizes about that. She is absolutely like that most of the time, but she gets better.
Yeah, I'm sure.
But Jason, how do you know them? Like none of us. I'm like travel around.
Maybe it's because of me and my father being troubadours. He used to tell stories of things like this.
How old were those stories he would tell you?
How old?
When was the last anyone had seen the Four Riders?
I wouldn't know how old. I mean, to me they were all new. Because I would always listen to him speak of them.
When did he tell you about them?
The stories of the Unbound, the Forgotten, the Sky Touched, and the Boulder, correct?
He just nods.
As well as the king who united them.
Gorthos wouldn't have called himself a king, would he?
You were Gorthos, man. What do you mean king?
Gorthos.
Gorthos is Gorthos.
Gorthos
is not a king. Is he? He would not do this. Gorthos has a sour taste with nobility.
And Gorthos, wouldn't it be funny if you were a king and that crown we saw was yours?
The rock crown.
Well, there were multiple rock crowns.
Why would Gorthos ever want a rock crown?
Yeah, only a Goron would want a rock crown.
They'd want to eat it.
Now the Boulder would want a rock crown.
No!
Yeah?
So... Why would you say this, Blue?
I didn't say shit. Let's keep going. Anyway.
But yeah.
Rothus is just he apologizes. It is nice to see someone who is in awe of him and his riders.
My father taught me a lot about different legends such as that. He would always weave them into song.
Oh. Fellow musician, nice. I dig it.
Well, my father is a lot better than I, but I do dabble.
What is the instrument of your choice?
I usually prefer wind instruments, the flute or other such things such as that.
Ooh.
What do you mean? The flute.
Shut the fuck up. Oh, fuck, you're just a fat flute. Shut up.
It's just a fat flute.
Just a really fat one.
Well, all the same, it would be good to find your father and to understand what happened in the Lost Woods and other things. If you are as well traveled as you say, was there any strangeness going on in the last few months?
Before leaving my father, we spent a lot of time in the Dam City. Other than that, not really, no. I've not really known too much hardship, to be honest. We aren't fighters or adventurers or anything. There was this song that he would play.
No.
I don't quite remember it. She brings her hands to her face and looks. She looks as if she starts moving her fingers. Maybe.
Would it help if we were to acquire you an instrument?
Maybe.
Why not just whistle it?
What are those
Can
basically?
yeah, not whistle.
I can whistle.
Okay.
I can't whistle.
Oh, I love that song.
But she seems to blow and nothing comes out.
Well, maybe we can look into finding something like that while we're here.
Sorry.
That's
Maybe
good.
tomorrow then, or whenever you are all ready, we could try to make our way to the workshop.
Sounds like a plan.
If you wouldn't mind, I would like to do it as soon as we could. I would like to learn as much as we could about what happened that night. Especially noting that apparently people saw me fleeing.
Yothos does not trust that story.
Yeah, that was weird.
Yothos is unaware of this general, but the other civilian.
Well, there's also one other thing. I could not mention it in front of Father, but I did not have my sword on me that night. Why would I take my sword with the princess?
What do you mean you did not have your sword?
Even if the princess somehow got past me, which I know that she didn't. She disappeared in thin air. Even if it were her to run away, my sword was not in her hands. This whole fight that they said, it seems impossible.
Where was it?
It was back in my quarters.
Which were?
She kind of just stops and thinks. Somewhere in the guards' quarters. Not too far away, I don't think. I could take you there.
Would it still be there?
I don't think that's where they're keeping it, no. It was mostly just a guest room at the time. They were going to move me to another room, but that's where I kept most of my things.
Somewhere where a general could just walk into. Yothos is not like this one bit.
So, there's...
That fight that they spoke of could not have happened. Especially of note, she just sort of looks to you. According to the journal, the princess was training to be a witch of sorts, not a swordsman.
And when I heard that, I immediately thought back to the king's earlier comment about a witch being capable of messing with people's minds.
Castletown.
We have a
Not that I want to, cast doubts about the princess's, intentions or actions or what have you.
I'm sure that even if the princess did do something to knock me out or do anything, she would have done it in the best of conditions. She is the princess, after all.
I would like to believe that that's true.
You had a comment, Marco?
You have far more faith than me.
She is one with the goddess's blood, after all.
That is very true, but there is another thing that is concerning me a little bit. That is when you called for help. Why were they able to hear that if you're not the princess? Wouldn't it, something like that be something that only the princess, the actual princess, would have been able to do? Isn't it some kind of magic thing? How would you be able to do that?
Earlier today, you mean? I don't know. That's never happened before.
Have you tried that?
It seems weird.
I don't ever usually say. She stops herself. That word.
Gorthos only realized after he had said it.
I don't normally say that word.
I think the question is that why would they come if you aren't the princess? But
I'm not doubting you or anything. It's just.
I'm glad you say that because that's what it sounds.
It is an interesting question to ask, though, because do they know then? What do they and what don't they know?
I don't know.
Hmm.
They did say earlier that if the princess wanted to do something, they would do it.
They had strange stones with them that reacted when you called for aid. Yes?
I don't know. I suppose. I mostly just saw one of them hold a knife to Galen's neck.
Did we not?
Yeah, that guy.
Yeah,
that's my instrument.
She says that she basically says she's distracted. She was distracted at the time. She doesn't know.
That's just more of a general thing Gorthos is saying in this room right now. They had.
Yeah.
Is it, Jasna, is it possible that these objects are tampered with? Can be tampered with? What Gorthos is unaware of what Sheikah are capable of.
We're asking the most magically inept person in the group.
But we are asking the only Sheikah in the group that we can trust. So.
Fuck. I don't think so.
Whatever kind of item they had, Jasna, you would know that they would have had to have somehow attuned it with a person or something on that person potentially, in order to get it to work. Maybe, if that's how that works. So it should, in that respect, only work for whatever they attuned it to.
Well, it should only work to whatever it's attuned to. So. Well, that raises the questions that it could be attuned to the princess, which, considering everything, is a strange, adds an extra nod to the story, or to something that she may have. I would definitely create more questions than answers, but it is an interesting point.
Sheikah technology is old, far older than you, and most Sheikah don't really understand how it fully works or how it was fully made. They just sort of use it.
Magnets, man, magnets.
Speaking of magnets, that fork is really deep in there. Huh.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, man, it sure is.
You guys are crazy, using metal for your utensils and not just using it for your floors and walls and plates.
Gosh, wish I could throw something like that.
Who doesn't just open their gaping maw and shove food in hole?
Who makes walls out of wood? Look, this is not structurally sound. Metal is where
It could
it's
come
at.
toppling down at any moment.
Technically,
I'm surprised that fork didn't do it.
did you hear about the story about the wolf host and the 3 little cuckoos?
Classic tale.
He just blows the wood house down like it's nothing, man. Just shitty.
These Hylian castles are made of stone and wood, not like true fucking metal.
So Marco gets up and goes to try to pull the fork out of the wall.
It pulls out. It's not
Yeah.
that deep in there.
It's not that deep, yeah. Like, man, I wish I could throw something like that.
Practice.
He goes and puts it on the fucking table and
How
walks
dare you
back.
make me erase the fork?
Well,
Then, shall we say that tomorrow we will continue looking into this? There has to be something we don't know.
Yeah, that sounds
Unless
good
we're
to
willing
me.
to ask them about it.
You mean your personal guards?
The princess's personal guards.
let us just.
She
Point
says,
still
like,
stands.
the princess's personal guards.
Have you never played pretend in your time as a troubadour? Acted on the stage?
Not on stage, no, that wasn't...
Well, consider this.
Oh my god.
Practice.
Huh?
I noticed a bunch of food art.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Let me grab said food art.
There's not only just food art, there's some other things that are nice, that's not been a good time to interrupt for.
Yeah.
Yep.
Believe me, I know certain things. We've been mostly just here in this fucking dinner.
Welcome to dinner, RP.
I will go over everything that was given, believe me.
Yes.
But
With the excuse that we can come visit you to make plans whenever we can. It seems like we're in a pretty good position. It seems like it'd be even wiser now to take up personal residence in the city.
It'd also be really cool to help our friend out of her debt.
I think we should get the house. We've only known her for a day.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
fuck
be
her.
Actually, can I pipe in about that? While I
Yeah.
think it's very kind to want to repay somebody's debt, wouldn't that make her in the end indebted to us? I feel like if I was her, that's how I would feel. What are you doing but perpetuating the further cycle of debt?
Just because it's not indebtedness, it's a gift.
No,
Yeah, but that doesn't mean she'll see it as a gift.
She was.
We also
arranged
don't
for
have
that.
to tell her it was us.
Yes.
Although
We could send her a
there's a
parcel.
there's a small key point there that is being overlooked. She is literally in debt,
Yeah.
not emotionally, no strings attached in debt. Though I see what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I mean. If we help pay off some of her debt, then she might feel indebted to us.
I think what Gallon is saying at that point is, you guys don't expect to make her pay up.
That's not a thing that we're going to enforce, is a thing.
Like,
No,
even if,
but-
like, Gallon's saying, even if that is the case, sucks to be her. At least she's not in physical debt.
Yeah,
least she won't
like
be
we don't. I
killed.
don't think she told us who she's in debt to, but as far as we know, it's like break your leg loan sharks compared to us.
The one,
And we know
they are
us.
people who basically, oh, your family's dead? Well, guess you're paying.
Yeah, they kind of just went down the line there.
And
At the same time, I understand Squeaky and Marco as well.
Oh yeah, no,
yeah,
absolutely.
we're definitely trying to get them. Well, maybe
Instead
Maybe
of
we can
us talking
compromise-
around in circles again about this subject like we did earlier, do you guys want to get up from the table?
yeah.
And again, you guys can more think about it whenever you guys actually plan to go off and do something with this. Like, obviously, all of you need to talk about what to spend the 10,000 on.
We can do that off screen.
Yeah. Well, no, you don't have to do it off stream. You can do it probably at home, away
Yeah.
from the person who has no input on this whatsoever.
That's
Yeah,
It's just like, hi guys, hello. Okay.
Right.
Sorry about that.
I don't know who you're talking about, but that really sucks that someone's in debt. Like, break your leg debt. I don't like that.
I'm sorry about that, Jason.
Yeah, you will be sorry.
At this point, do you guys want to make your way out from the dining hall?
Yep.
Yep.
Eyes are down. Let's go.
You guys are let out from there. As you do, stepping out to the doorway, you guys see somebody else waiting outside for you guys. Another one of the people in the same outfit as the last one who came for the king. With her giant fucking axe. Anyway,
That's a big fucking axe, boy.
Impressive arm. Where could one acquire such an item?
Oh, you wish to acquire something like this? You'll have to join the Royal Guard.
Perhaps a later date.
This weapon was actually made quite special for us in the Royal Guard. It means quite a lot to us and to you, sir, from what I understand. Motions toward you, Gorthos. These weapons are made from salvaged Donu armor. The ones that wanted to leave behind their lives.
Yes. They are special.
Those who who no longer wish to be called Dark Nut and who have taken up new homes, mostly just from what they say, have melted down their armor to make weapons.
I don't know. I think you can play both sides with this one suit. In all fairness,
like I could be either or at this point.
Hey,
you know,
you have Donu's fucking crest on yours. You're good.
I'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
You guys are taken out from the main hall, taken to the front by this royal guard, as she motions toward the carriage rider, which is Hannah this time, the night captain Hannah, the one that led you guys out last time.
It's true.
Hey. These don't look like knight captains for their capes.
Well, they are. These are the knights and the other one's knight. Let me alone. Fuck. Anyway,
I'm kidding.
You guys go to leave. Jason steps out for a second, but then she looks over toward the royal guard, like, right, I guess I shouldn't leave.
It's been an honor and a privilege, Princess Matilda. It's been an honor and a privilege, Princess Matilda. Until next we all meet.
Of course, Gorthos.
Uh-oh.
You'll get it right one day.
We're not around the ninjas anymore.
As you guys make your way out. You all go by carriage back to Castletown. You guys are let out. It is quite late at night, so they take you all the way down toward the inn. And as you guys get there toward the inn, they let you out to go up to your rooms. Do you guys do so?
Yeah.
Boing, 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 boing.
This immediately crawls out of the fucking armor. It's like, okay, time to switch out.
As you crawl out of the armor, you guys do notice that that a certain door is closed.
Oh, looks like someone's home.
We'll talk about that one later.
You just fucking knocked this one over.
Yoink.
It's like, I want it back to be tiny.
You just hear like a bunch of.
I would like to just get out of this armor for a minute.
As you guys get ready to get yourselves set for sleep, and again to talk over what you guys want to do with the 10,000, I think we are going to be ending things off there. And before we leave, the reason I want to end things off there, and the reason we want to go through a bunch of other things, we've had quite a lot of donations tonight.
Oh, damn.
And I really did not want to stop anywhere during the thing to go over them, and I'm very sorry for those of you who gave them, because my God, they are very generous, and thank you guys very much. Well, let's go over them. We have one from Dunkmaster, who had given us $60. It said, for the best boomerang-wielding Sheikah merchant that I'm currently aware of.
Yo.
Hell yeah. By default, my favorite way to win.
The best one I'm currently aware of.
Don't test me.
Dude, I just have to make other like Sheikah boomerang wielders. It's fine.
So you could probably find others, but I'm the only one you know.
Well, I mean, most of the Sheikah consider them toys, so maybe you can't find others.
I'm sure there's probably one.
When Gorthos makes a goddess boomerang out of that, they're gonna fucking eat their own shit.
The goddess boomerang and you fucking throw it and it breaks because it's not for that kind of stuff.
That also
it's
means
trimmed. Fuck off.
That also means you are given a because I mentioned it last episode, did not mention it this time, but there are additional incentives to donating to these next couple of weeks. But let me expand the NetNav again so I can just grab one. While the NetNav game is opening. No, let's not do that. Scroll down to the very bottom. Very bottom. Very bottom. There we go. Boop.
There it is.
Because you were given a Destiny token, you are also going to be given an auto success.
Hell yeah. Meeting, my other favorite way to win.
What you can do with this is you can turn this into an automatic success, barely success, like a meeting the roll success for any one roll, and you can only have up to 3 of them. Because they are very powerful little things.
Total or ever?
3 total at a given time.
Okay.
They're also very hard to get. Usually they're only supposed to be me giving them to you for like story stuff, but I've opened them up for the rest of the November donations. Just so we can actually see them in use, because we had only gotten one in Avatar. Like, the other games never got one. Galen's Disciple gave $10 to Galen, I'm guessing. It didn't exactly say, but I'm guessing it's to Galen, because it says it's from Galen's Disciple.
So maybe from
I don't know, it could be anyone. To anyone. Who knows, man?
To Marco.
Galen's Disciple gave $10 to Galen. Thank you very much, my dude. Eclipse KT, about an hour ago, gave $120.
Goddamn.
Says, time for Domran to step back into the limelight. This is why I have not wanted to interrupt game.
God
Because I knew the biggest one was for Domran.
Why do you do this to me? Why can't I get one?
Domran has now ascended to +4.
Oh, it's gonna be fucking awesome, man.
Domran has now potentially risen his abilities beyond even Domran level 1 to Super Domran.
I swear to God, if we find his dead body and I can't get a +4 skeleton, I'm gonna be upset.
Have some faith.
You better not reset.
But yes,
Like
if Eclipse is still here, which I don't know if he is, I'm going to check actually the people in chat. Users in chat. Is Eclipse here? Eclipse is still here. I don't know if he's asleep or not. Eclipse, you prestiged an NPC twice. Do you want to give 2 auto successes to people in the thing? Whenever you prestige an NPC, the auto successes can go to whoever you want. They can also go to the one you prestige, so it can also go to Domran, but you can give those to players if you want as well, which would probably be a lot more useful. If you're not here though, Eclipse, I can ask you outside of stream. I'll give you a couple minutes to show up though. With that being said, guys, you guys learned a lot about some things today.
We did, yes.
Including the fact that apparently somebody saw the hero escaping and valiantly risked their lives to stop them and took their
This
sword.
smells like bullshit.
They valiantly went. Aren't we glad we have such heroes in high school who are so willing to valiantly
We're just gonna
risk?
drown them in the aqueduct and leave them there. It's gonna be fine.
Smells of bullshit and lies and deceit. Unless, of course, it's mind control stuff again.
Who knows, man? You guys tried using the Song of Healing on everybody in the room, and it didn't seem like anybody but one had any sort of reaction to it at all.
Yeah.
Yeah, and no one knows but Polo that
Yeah,
happened.
Polo has to keep that information.
And no one knows.
And now out of character, I
Well,
realized.
to be fair, Jake, it was the one you weren't paying attention to.
It's no one knows.
It was the one you didn't have the winky doki dokis for.
Listen, he started it.
Ah, okay. Eclipse is still here. Give him to Marco and Gorthos. Okay.
Hey!
There you go. Are you satisfied, Emerald? You dog.
I am happy. I am very happy that I have an auto success. I am very
Marco
happy.
and Gorthos both get
Thank
an auto
you.
success.
Thank you very much.
Again, they can be used. They can be used to basically just barely succeed any given roll. I may also like very much like show that it was a barely, like in the narrative. I might go like, oh, you looked like you were gonna fail, but you happened to like step like slightly to a point where you gave yourself the momentum or something. You know, I may just be like, oh, you fucking barely hit that, you know. You barely talked that man down. I'm kidding.
Also, fucking Deco, fucking saying shit, making me realize shit, and I'm fucking pissed. God.
What's up, man?
The stone crown bit, but don't worry about it.
It was just a stone crown. What are you
It's just
talking
a stone
about?
crown. I
Yeah,
don't know
it's
what
just a funny
you're
stone
talking about.
I don't get it.
Emerald seems to think it might belong to a Goron chieftain or a Goron king.
Why would it? They eat rocks. That's stupid.
Maybe if there
You
was
made
only
the
one of
comment
them and
about
not
it,
like
you
50 of them.
bitch.
No, it's just a rock.
There were
dude.
multiple stone crowns though, right?
I don't think so.
No, it was just the one because it was
Yeah.
like the
'Cause it
crown
was
for the
socketed.
king under the mountain.
I thought there was.
Nope,
Huh.
there was
No.
one and it was socketed.
Yep.
You could put gems in it.
Listen, Mark, if you really want that rock crown that bad, next time we go to Hatena, we can get it.
I
It's
don't
okay.
want the rock
No,
crown.
you want it's
Emerald,
okay.
do you wear food on your head? Are you okay?
A food crown. Is Marco wearing a spaghetti crown right now?
Oh, speaking of which, let me get those in here. Because I wanted to get to the donations first. Fucking. Let me go ahead and grab all of the new. Oh, that's auto successes. Let's not make more of those.
And they also live in rock as well, so it's like, you know.
Everything is rock.
Yeah, I do
Oh,
love
dear
the
God.
fucking meme of like, why don't you? How are you going hungry? You live in rocks. It's like fucking.
They're picky.
You eat
They
grass.
only eat like sirloin stone and shit.
It's like, do you fuckers eat grass?
I
in
think I'm
Idaho?
missing one. Well, I think I'm missing one. I'm gonna go back and look.
There's the Linda one. There's the noble one.
Ah, there we
there's-
go. All right, I was missing 95. That's why I was saying I said I missed one. Bam.
95.
Can't believe the king poured Gallon a drink.
I can.
That was Marco was caught between laughing hysterically and being completely mortified.
Why is that mortifying? He's just having fun
It's
pouring a drink.
King!
He's
I'm
having
the-
fun. Leave him alone.
Like honestly, I was doing him the favor there.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, this is kind of a thing that you should expect, you know?
He just found it novel to do things for himself. He probably
Yeah.
won't continue to do it, but you know,
Yeah,
it was
he's
a
like-
novel thing for him to have happen.
It was
He's
a
like,
new experience. He can say he's done and then never do it again.
Look at her
Gallon,
stuff
when
her
you're like
fucking
this
face.
hot dog?
He's basically gotten in the mud and shit with the peasants at this point. He's basically one of the people.
Look at her stuff her
Exactly.
fucking face full.
She
You
was
had two
hungry. What's the
plates.
problem? She just wanted
She
the
even-
turkey.
She even had 2 plates, the fat bitch.
How the crepes crepe.
Then there was the two Sheikah and the fruit salad.
All died to make that fruit salad.
I love how I said it was just a game of Sheikah chicken. Who goes first? And then it just all spiraled down from there.
They knew that as long as they waited for you to reach, they could reach without anyone noticing, except for probably you.
Nico, would she like stab me if she failed that roll? I
Which
asked
roll?
for the
Oh no, she wasn't gonna stab you, no.
What was she going to do?
Look at the pizza.
Look at the pizza.
Also, thank you, Jake. You saved Marco a little bit there.
Imagine you made like a Hagoroda boy in the palace, and then your fucking sister just fucking stabs him.
And Sketty.
It's skinny.
Spaghetti.
It's on a stick. I love it.
Spaghetti on
See,
stick.
he has two things. He has spaghetti and he has Sketty.
Yeah, it's a steak.
It's on a fork.
No,
it's probably
it's on
a
a
fork.
stick.
Forks are weapons.
It's probably a fork, but I want to think it's a stick.
It's just a stick.
Yeah, I love Sketty popsicles.
I still think my favorite thing that was made today is just the looming shadows over top of fucking charcoal.
It's so fucking ominous.
What title did
It's
feel like
been named, by the way.
Brazzers. What the fuck? And there's just this boy over here.
Don't look that up, kids.
Look at this boy doing his thing.
Yeah,
making the
look at
world
that
safe.
boy. Making the world safe? Yeah, totally, 100%.
What a safe
Doing
little
his,
man.
fucking
He's just everyone's friend.
We now know
mostly Ronan's friend.
He is Ronan's great friend.
We now know 4 things to do mind control bullshit.
This guy, slimes, the Hydra, and just the forest, I guess.
To be fair, the Hydra got it from the slimes.
Yeah.
To be fair, that was inherited.
Listen.
It's fine. You'll know 5 once I learn how to do it.
Oh, good.
These are fantastic. I love them.
They're really good.
Yeah. I always love when we get the art things from people. It's always nice.
Everybody who does it is really good. Noble Brony says that we've forgotten one.
Yeah, I was saying.
Yeah, because it was an update.
Okay, I see which one we forgot. It
Lindo.
was forgotten because there was a very similar version of it. I thought I'd already seen it before.
And Lindo finished the chibi.
That is true. Let me get that as well. But let me get this first. I believe it's this one.
I ate before stream, but God, I'm so hungry.
Look over here beside the Gorthos with the mask thing over here. Look at that. They added Gorthos's body to this picture.
Hey.
Look at Gorthos's new body on this picture.
Yeah.
And regular Gorthos is also still there.
Don't worry about it. It's just like a weekend at
It's
Bernie's.
to confuse people who haven't caught up. It's all.
No, that's Myro disguised as Gorthos.
No, it's Myro disguised as fucking Brute.
Yeah.
There we go.
Great. I love it. 10 out of 10.
I love it.
And let's go get that. Let's go see that. We got a little chibi here, like the little chibi Jasna. But there's also little chibi Polo done in the same way by Lindo. And again, we're gonna steal from Pokemon, and we're gonna fucking take this little chibi over here and put it on the top left of the thing. Perfect.
Hell yeah.
We did it.
Yeah,
She's
put her
doing a
upside
handstand.
down.
Yeah, it's perfect.
Okay.
So there's little wings on this. Okay, never mind.
It's almost
She's
like
doing
I
a
copied it
handstand.
from Jasna's side and had to place it down before I turned the camera around, Squeaky.
freaking.
Wait, no. Emerald, do your thing.
Oh god.
Thing.
Do your spinny
She
thing.
wants you to spin it around. Perfect, you did it. It's going. There it goes. Yep, there it goes. Yep, yeah, there we go. It's doing it. It's doing the thing. Whoop, there it goes.
Polo learned some new moves.
There it goes.
Thank you.
It's just acting like a weird clock.
Yeah, it is.
But yeah, you guys, I will say, all you guys need to do, from what you guys understand, is to get the princess / hero out of the castle. You don't have to travel around with the hero if you don't want to, but you now have a precedent for being able to if you wanted to. You just have to convince the hero to go with you at that point. It's like, hey, you want to go to that place we said we're going to? Fuck that, I'm leaving forever. Fuck that. I'm kidding.
She's like,
I ain't never going back. You can't make me.
And then the king learns that his daughter hasn't been to all the places that he thought she was going to go.
And you guys
He's
just
like,
shrug
guess they did a war
my
crime.
lord, you're the one that let her out. I don't know. You trusted us, but that's not really our bad as much as it's your bad.
Yes, that always works. Just blame the parents.
You give us $20,000, the Master Sword, and your daughter. What the fuck were you expecting to happen? You've done this for literally 15 minutes.
But yes, this has been a fun thing. I'm glad I got to at least give you guys all the information I wanted to give you, because I've been sitting on a couple of them for like a little bit, including potentially some characters knowing more about the Four Riders stuff, which is pretty cool. Some characters knowing a little bit more about what happened whenever things had disappeared. Some people saying about, the hero fucking ran away and fucking, I hate it. Look at that. It's fucking attacking people. All kinds of great things. Hopefully you guys can figure out some way to rectify the situation that's here, or you can just say fuck it and just buy a house like fucking Polo and Marco wants you to do, and just sit in your house and leave when you gotta, and don't even worry about it.
It's to store the things we don't want to drag along with us everywhere we fucking go. Look at all this shit we got.
Or, if you guys can find an instrument to give to the hero, maybe they can play a new song or show a new song to somebody.
If only.
Who's
that
to
would
say,
be
man?
really cool.
Imagine Ocarina 10,000.
I'm imagining it, and I'm liking imagining it more than I like imagining a house.
I would rather have this 10,000 fucking this 10,000 rupee ocarina than this fucking house. Get out of here.
Fucking Christ.
That house is starting a war in this party.
Meanwhile, Polo's also like, I also don't actually have a home anymore. I'm technically also homeless. A house is a stupid idea.
I mean, does anybody have a house?
No.
Ronan.
No.
I don't.
Ronan has a house.
I
Jasna
just,
has
He has
her
a
family's
I just
house.
can't go back to it because
I just
I'm
live
a
with my
fucking
fucking
criminal now.
parents.
Galen has his parents' house. Marco probably has his parents' house.
Marco wants to adventure.
Gorthos and Polo don't have any house.
My dad died a long time ago, and my mother died recently.
How the fuck would anyone confuse Gorthos with a K? That's silly.
Who knows, man?
That's pretty fun.
Again, stories being told over and over again, probably.
1,000 years changes a lot of things.
Wouldn't
Yeah,
it be funny if you were the king under the mountain?
I would fucking lose my mind because that doesn't sound right.
I mean, like, you're apparently a king. They're a dead king that haunts people, so that sounds like they're pretty undead.
Hopefully,
You're pretty much a skeleton.
Hopefully we have some good things going on, and we can come back to this next week. There may be some changes coming to the Monday games. We'll talk about that more at a later date when we learn more. Just thought I'd let you guys know. Not horrible changes, I don't think, so don't worry about it. But some changes nonetheless. Unless it is horrible changes, then it'll be horrible. But we're pretty sure it won't be. And hopefully we'll also have a game on Wednesday and game on Sunday and game next Monday, so that we can have some more stuff going on, and you guys can maybe spend that 10,000 rupees and we can see what's going on. With all that being said, my dudes.
Talk in more circles.
With all that being said, my dudes, if you have any questions, comments, complaints, or wisecracks, put them in the comments section below, which is not on the Twitch, but is indeed on other mediums. You could definitely go and do those things. I think we're in things right here, my dudes. Until next time, like always, later days.
Google.
I'm gonna send you guys over to Rainbow Waffles.
Do you use the ketchup in the McDonald's delivery bag or the fridge ketchup? Scholar is a...
He's doing something that has an ad. I don't know what he's doing. Oh, it's Warframe. Fucking, it's always Warframe.
It's always Warframe.
Raid.
Warframe's good though.
I don't need to ask. Like I usually like I should stop asking. Like what is Rainbow doing? Oh, it's Warframe. It's always Warframe. It's always gonna be fucking be Warframe. I know nothing of it, but I hope you guys know yourselves. Goodbye, my dudes. Man.
Goodbye.